Okay. Let's be very happy with what's going on today. Let's breathe in and out very calmly. Chat, hello, everyone. It's your favorite programming error that just refuses to be fixed code here. And we're continuing with club meetings. Season 4 continues, the second episode of this season, episode 38 overall. It is here. I'm ready to play it. And thankfully, my throat is doing okay. It was just a temporary thing. It was like the day that I posted about it on the Discord, I had the problem, a little bit of the day after, but now it's generally fine. I hope I won't have to worry about anything while doing all the character voices today, because let's face it, there's going to be a lot of voices. There is going to be a lot of voices, some of which I'm going to have to try very hard to remember how I even did them. But before we sit here in silence, let me set it up so we actually open the game. Should only take a moment. Once again, I'm booting this up for the first time here. Much like with the previous episode, I have not booted it up prior to this stream. But here we are. Doki Doki Club Meetings is a Doki Doki Literature Club fan mod that is not affiliated in any way with Team Salvato. Here is your general reminder as per usual. It is designed to be played only after the official game has been completed and contains spoilers for the official game and for all the previous episodes in this. Game files for Doki Doki Literature Club are required to play this mod and can be downloaded for free at http ddlc moe, you know the drill, or on Steam. Please consult the readme.txt contained in the mod download for more information. By playing DDCM episode 38, you agree that you have completed Doki Doki Literature Club and accept any spoilers contained within. Well, you heard it here. Spoilers abound, if for any reason you have not played DDLC, which I feel like everyone here on my channel has done that. We're all the main characters of our own lives. Yay! We is back. So, hope everyone's having a great day. I am curious what we'll see in this episode. I have to say, in the previous episode, I assumed we would get some of, the new literature club with Ria towards the end, but we didn't get anything of that at all. I'm assuming that'll change this time. I'm assuming we'll get to see some stuff that happens back in the Ria Literature Club back in the old school. One can assume. Which will also mean we're gonna see Miss Ida again, which, great character. It would be a shame if we didn't get to see either of those two again. That being said, I am very, very excited to begin. So, you know the drill. New game it is. It is I, Code, the programming error on the Twitch. Also, there is a chance it might be in this episode, it might be in a later episode in the season, I still don't know. But there is still that second email of mine floating around somewhere, and I don't think we've seen Spinner's email yet either. Pretty sure at least. So that is also likely a thing that we'll have to look out for. Yay! We're starting with our favorite couple over here. Our second favorite, actually. I still prefer Sayori and MC. Hi Dev, hi Bones! With the resub immediately. Thank you! Thank you, and welcome! Hope you're having a great day, both of you, by the way. But yes, I am very excited about this. And I did not think we would immediately start with these two. And Bones, you are indeed first. Congratulations. Who would have thought it possible? Can with this.
Oh my god, it's a single sock!
Why can't I imagine these two having the Sans Undertale situation going with the sock? You know, the whole sticky note situation. Please pick up your sock. Okay. And don't put it back down. Okay. Why can't I imagine Natsuki and Yuri having this exact same thing happening? You moved it 2 inches. Move it back to your room. Okay. And don't bring it back. Okay. But yeah, you're never early enough except for today. Today you were early enough. Congratulations, honestly. I wonder if the usual suspects are also gonna show themselves or if they completely missed the fact that I had a stream scheduled today. To be fair, it is not one of the usual 2 days of the week, so sometimes that goes a little bit under the radar.
My god, it's a single sock!
If you're going to get mad at me for stretching out your socks when accidentally wearing them, it perhaps behooves you to ensure that your socks stay away from my side of the room.
It is one sock. One. That got there accidentally.
My temper might be slightly shorter than usual.
Ah, I guess Natsuki's energy is rubbing off on Yuri then.
Since I got 4 hours of sleep last night due to you cackling while playing video games.
I would have done the gaming earlier if I had not had to leave the room entirely because of whatever the fuck you were burning in here.
That was incense. It makes the room smell nicer.
Maybe to you and whatever fucked up smell palette or whatever that you have?
It was like a party incense. It is one of the most common incense types in the world. Millions of people think it smells nice.
Well, it turns out you share the room with one other person who does not think it smells nice. Nor does she appreciate the smell seeping into all her clothes.
Oh boy, the drama. By the way, how's the audio? Is the game okay? Should the game be a bit louder, a bit more quiet? I feel like it might... Maybe just a tiny bit more quiet. It's just the BGM shouldn't at any point be at risk of overshadowing my wonderful voice. There we go. Yeah, music was a little loud. Is it better now? Or a little bit more? Actually, you know what? I'll lower it just like a tiny bit more. I think that's probably better. Actually, I know I'll have to do some quiet voices later on. I know I'll have to do some quiet voices, so yeah. Oh yeah, you know what, you're actually right. Maybe this volume is okay then. Also, hi Spinne, hello.
I'm out of time. I've gotta go to class.
And like before, I think it was about here.
Just, here, give me the sock.
Natsuki throws the sock into her laundry hamper.
I'll be back later.
Yuri breathes heavily for a few seconds. Okay, Kaori. Who was Kaori? Are we visiting the old school with Ria's new literature club? Is that what's going on? You don't know any of these people. Oh boy. Oh boy, that means new voices, but I already exhausted my voice collection. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, Hime-sama, okay. I'm not sure how I will approach this.
Well, I at least am very much looking forward to the literature club. I've been excited to get a little actual high culture into my life since last year. It's really nice to find a place in school where I feel like I've belonged all along.
Okay, Himari. And a professional hater. Great. Also 20 people. Please tell me I don't have to come out with 20 new voices. Please no. I have my limits. I have my limits.
I do not understand why suddenly 20 people are in the literature club. How big of a deal could it be? It's bigger than the debate club now.
My dude, huh? I honestly don't know what... Okay, Kana, let's see. Please don't tell me I actually have to do your voices. Relax, my dude, type person. Okay, I see. So I don't have to lean too much into the higher pitch then. Very chill. I could just... I don't know where to go here.
It's a pretty big deal, my dude. Some pretty cool people in it now. Yours truly included. Including a pretty good number of gentlemen. My guy Luke is joining in, and Mume and Luke's friend Simon too, and a lot of others. Even Jury is joining, right?
Who is this knockoff Yuri called Jury? And is she ever on jury duty? Should I just copy the Yuri voice for Jury? My creative juices, they're lacking. Yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, I might as well just copy it.
Yeah, I guess I did promise and come to that one meeting.
Oh god, I gotta remember all of them. Okay, back to Kana. Eventually I'll have them nailed down, but just trying to think. Kana was the professional... No. God, now I gotta double check already. Kana was the relaxed one, right?
Don't be so nervous, Jury. God. You know I love you, girl, but I don't know if they look kindly on shy weirdos in the literature club. I suppose you're right.
Himari, okay. Hater. I'm trying to memorize these names. It's a little bit harder when there's no visuals to accompany the names, but I assume that's because they're irrelevant side characters. Just a bunch of the big group of 20 people.
I have no idea how so many people are interested in something so boring.
Kazue, that's another name. So the voice are totally unnecessary, but appreciated. I'll see what I can do. Alright, Kazue, what do we have here? Flat neutral?
Himari, it is plainly obvious that you are simply envious of the literature club's success. It does not flatter you to be so ugly about it.
I am not being ugly about it.
As the class representative, I must urge you not to raise your voice in the locker room.
No, really, how did you all... how did you all decide to join this club?
Well, as for me, near the end of last year, it was just...
Okay, back to Kaori. Again, remembering. Actually, is Kaori another new one? No, we had Kaori. No, Kaori's another new one. No, wait, yeah, no, we did have Kaori. Again, yeah, from the very beginning. I'm not gonna do the Ojo-sama laugh. Forget about it. Forget about it. Okay.
Quiet down for a second, people. Look who's coming.
There she is! Oh god. Okay. Now for Ria, I actually do have to remember. She had a voice before that I gave her, but it's been so long since we've seen her. She hasn't even shown up in the first episode this season. Okay. Trying to remember. High energy. I think I went for a similar voice to Sayori, but a little bit more shy. I think that's what I did for her. God, it's been so long. It's been too long.
Hey, everybody! Don't forget that our first literature club meeting is later today.
Remember the voices. Remember the voices. Remember the voices. Remember the voices. I can do this.
Naturally. Is everything alright? Everybody seems a little tense.
Again, I have to double check every single time here. second. That was R. No, Kaori. Right, Ojo-sama. Right, Hime.
Himari was being jealous of of her stunning success with the literature club.
I was not. God, you guys are almost as bad as Monica was.
Himari doesn't have anything to be jealous of anyway. The debate club's really cool. And she's done a fantastic job running it. The literature club and the debate club can both be very successful without anyone needing to be worse than anyone else. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's true. Thanks. Kazu. Again, double checking. Deadpan, right?
It is as you say. Right, now I'll see all the literature club people in room 3L after class. I've got to go have a meeting with the club advisor. Sorry if my members cause too much ruckus for you, Himari. You guys be nice to Himari, okay? Bye, everyone.
I can never stay mad at her or the rest of you.
Yeah, she's the best. We are very lucky.
And then Kazuya. Oh god, all the back and forth. Again, I just have to remember the names.
We are very lucky for her leadership.
I still wish you weren't so uptight, Kazuya.
And I was specifically told to be nice to you.
True, you nerd. Okay, lady, see you later. Alright. Generic staff gets generic voice because otherwise I'm gonna be reaching my limit today. Hi again, Ryan. Right, Ryan's voice.
Hi, sorry to bug you again, miss. Just wondering if there's any progress.
No, not really. These kinds of things take a while. And I have to warn you, the appeal's probably not going to do anything in the end. Once they make their decision, that's pretty much it. Usually, anyway. I have to ask, though. Why are you so persistent? Actually, very fancy Desua type girl.
So, Desua!
Oh god. 5-page long backstory. You must voice act! Okay. Totally understand. Oh god. I must know this. I must memorize everyone. No, the Desua is necessary. Why are you so persistent? Most of the time in situations like this, the students will just live with mom and dad. I mean, I'm sure most freshmen would prefer to live on campus for social reasons, but isn't this more trouble than it's worth for you?
I take it you didn't read through my application much.
No, I didn't, sorry. I'm just the student-facing service person.
Well, I don't have a mom or dad, basically. My parents died a long time ago. I don't really have any other family around.
Oh! Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have assumed.
Oh, no, it's fine, miss. Honestly, I'm very used to it, I promise.
Ah, miss. Already the first misstep. I should have gone for the Desua. But I did not. I'll stick with the generic voice, though. Anyway, damn. Again, though, I'm just saying, if you can't live in the dorms, we know a certain someone who is living on their own and not in a dorm room. Someone who also shares green eyes and a more Western-sounding name. I'm just saying.
No, it's fine, miss. Honestly, I'm very used to it, I promise. And it was a long time ago. But it does mean that I can't live with mom and dad.
I'm still so sorry, that was so insensitive. Let me actually read some of this. So you've been getting public housing while you were in high school?
Yeah, I got
emancipated a couple of years ago, foster care really wasn't cutting it for me. So I just got funding to live on my own. Wait, can't you still do that? I turned 18. I don't qualify anymore. I did apply to get some other benefits I can get now, but they're not nearly enough to pay for housing. And the ones that would pay enough, I didn't get. I think because they probably assumed that college would ensure I have housing. I'm not sure. Because the financial aid department isn't giving you the housing because they think you should be getting public benefits. I see the problem. Well, this is pretty messed up. Yeah, that's what I keep saying. I'm glad you understand. Well, let me see what I can do about this. I don't have a lot of power, but this is really unfair to you. I would greatly appreciate anything you can do, miss. Just know that this kind of thing can take a while. So I'm learning. What are you doing for housing in the meantime? Honestly, less said about that, the better, I think. Say no more. Just be really careful, alright? Technically, you're not supposed to couch surf in the student dorms. I'm not going to tell anyone. But you could get caught. It would be big trouble for whoever's room you were in, not just you, you know. Yeah, I'm aware. That's why he's sleeping out and about. Alright, a look at the classrooms, huh? Alright. Yeah, you gotta feel bad for Ryan. Again, I do think by the end of the season I have a strong feeling where he might move in. Just a sneaking suspicion. Just, you know. But we'll see. Also, while we're on that topic, it might help Monica make some more connections within her reality. You know. I'm just saying, there are certainly those options.
So, it's not worth a lot of points, but as mentioned last class, we're going to have a little quiz today, just to see if you're keeping up on the reading and assimilating the material as we go along. The TA will pass out the quiz in just a moment. We're just making a few extra copies.
Alright, Kagami. Gonna have to think again what voice I gave her.
First college quiz MC, feeling up to it?
By the way, I gotta ask, what actually was the I mean, this is just a random thing that just popped into my mind. Was there any specific inspiration behind these names? I assume so. I assume there's some thought that went into them. And I'm pretty sure... Okay. I'm going back into the depths of my vocabulary, but isn't Kagami the Japanese character for mirror? Which would make sense since, you know, MC's sister, because MC is the, you know? Yeah. So the naming definitely makes sense. Almost every club meeting's name is carefully chosen. And I can definitely see why why it would be very fitting for the MC's sister, of all people. Again, though, my vocabulary is still a bit lacking at times. Is there a reason you decided to sit right next to me in this class?
Are you my dear brother? Why wouldn't we sit next to each other in the class we have together? How would you get help from me otherwise?
I don't need your help, sister.
You've changed, haven't you? You used to just bow your head and mumble something non-confrontational. Or go hide in another room and read or play video games. You never used to fire back at me like that.
Yeah, well, a lot of things are different about me now. Don't expect me to just sit here and accept whatever this thing is that you do. That you've always done.
It's for your own good, you know.
Just trying to light a motivating fire under you and everything.
But maybe you don't need it anymore. Seems like your new friends have turned you into a little bit of a different person, maybe.
Especially, you leave her out of this. She's been far more motivating than you ever were. Oh yeah, I'm sure she has some ways of motivating MC. Again, what was it, 30 minutes? How long did they have at the first episode for their, what was it, Scrabble game we're saying, right? Anyway. Hey, fine, have it your way. I won't intrude my help where it's not wanted. Good luck on the quiz. I'll try not to beat you on it too badly. Good luck to you too.
Alright, and that's the end of the lecture today. Looks like the TA's finished grading, so we'll pass your quizzes back.
Wow. I mean, I know they said it's a short quiz that doesn't count for many points, but getting something handed back to you, like finished grading the same day, like the same class even, that's absolute insanity. I don't think that's ever happened, no matter how short the test was.
If you have any questions or need help understanding the quiz material, we do have office hours. You can check the syllabus for when to come by.
The TA hands back the score quizzes. Not too bad, I got a 98. Not so poor for the first college quiz. It'll probably take a bit of studying to get it up to consistent hundreds. Can't rush myself though. What about you, C? C+? I wouldn't be too upset with just a little bit of tutoring. I got a 93, thanks. I think I'll get by without the tutoring for now. Okay. Although, hey, you might need those extra 5 points by the end of the semester, you know. Hey, if you want, we could... Whatever it is, no thanks. Gee, they have such a nice relationship, don't they? I'm just gonna head back to my dorm for now. There's still some stuff I haven't unpacked. My girlfriend's visiting later, and I want it to be neat. Bye. Fine. Fine. To be fair, I think that's probably a very good, very good capture of sibling energy. Again, as an only child, I don't know, but I do hear that a lot of siblings have this kind of this kind of energy between them, so makes sense. Because I feel like in a lot of series, sibling relationships are depicted as too good to be true. This feels more real. Right now, sister's gonna try to tear them apart. Who knows? Come on in. Well, thanks for coming, Asumi. Alright, Miss Ida's back! Remember the voice. Remember the voice. Sir?
I just wanted to tell you that the board approved your request for updated equipment. You should be able to get most of the things you asked for in your classroom wish list. Although we have a number of requests from other teachers to accommodate, of course.
Of course. Still, that's wonderful news. It should make for a much more engaging chemistry class next year.
I have no doubt of that.
Is that all for now, sir?
It's just thought you'd want to know that as soon as possible. You can get back to your break.
Thanks.
Actually, hang on just 1 second. While you're here, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Oh?
I noticed Literature Club grew immensely this semester.
Yes, Ria's done a great job recruiting.
It seems like it. This is her doing?
It sure is.
Well, good for her. I had heard she was a bit shy.
She was, but she moved. But when she was moved to this leadership position, she really grew into the role.
Right, she's the, what was the other thing? Is there a reason Literature Club uses an unconventional leadership structure? With Ria as the chair and so forth? The president of the student council was talking about it the other day.
Yeah, there is a solid reason that we don't want to assign anyone the role of president of Literature Club. For safety reasons. For very obvious safety reasons. Please keep the structure as it is. Do not change anything. Please, dear God, do not change anything. I'm not sure how Ria would handle it. Though I am curious, definitely.
Yes, it's just a bit of a literature club tradition to have those titles. The actual structure does include a president, vice president, and the other offices required for funded clubs. And the literature club has those offices filled, I assure you.
Be quite the epiphany, eh? Oh boy. We're really stretching the puns at times, but they have to happen. Rhea puns are required, especially now that Rhea's actually in this series again. I did kind of miss her in the first episode. I'm happy we get to see some of the old school again in this episode.
Just wanted to be sure the student council can be very zealous about the letter of their rules.
Oh, I'm aware. Everything's well in hand.
I don't doubt it. And it sounds like the club will be in good hands for a long time with Rhea at the helm.
Long time, yes.
Yeah, probably infinity, unless the loop gets broken again.
Oh, I'll let you get back to it. Great job of the literature club. Having thriving extracurriculars at the school is an important part of student life.
Oh, I still don't remember, actually, if that was ever brought up. Like, is the time loop affecting the whole world, or is it locational to the old school? Like, will our main cast be able to move up through the grades now that they've broken out of the time loop? Or will they also repeat their first year in college now over and over again? That is curious. Was that ever answered before? If not, I am assuming we'll find out eventually. But yeah, find out in season 4, etc, etc. Yup. Again, there's no way they would know, right? There's no way they would know for sure until they've actually experienced it. But it would make sense that it would also repeat for future grades, because otherwise how would new students from the filler school from the filler school come in, right? Yeah, there wouldn't be any new students coming into college if that wasn't also looping. So it makes sense then that the loop is now happening just at a higher degree. But yeah, because otherwise, again, the feeder school wouldn't really, heavily imply at the end of season 3 and Rhea alone. It was heavily implied, yes. However, again, how would students from the feeder school, go to the college if people advance through grades in college, but no new students come in, then that would eventually lead to a lack of students there. But again, I am assuming we will find out more details as we go along.
Having thriving extracurriculars at the school is an important part of student life.
Thank you, I couldn't agree more.
And back over here. What was that about? The room is empty.
Hey, you in there? I'm coming in. Babe, guess who got the highest grade in... Babe? Now where did she get off to? She was supposed to be home the rest of...
Oh?
Shit. Shit.
Damn it. Well, at least Natsuki's quick to realize.
It is a public space, but with the proper precautions, there we are. The only difference from before will just have to be timing. After all, for public space, you never know when you might be
Hey!
interrupted. I was worried someone else was coming in, but it's you. Close the door there, will you, beloved?
Sure. Hey, small request? But could you maybe not hold the knife to your arm like that?
I like how Yuri's just like, hey, close the door. I'm fine with you watching.
Maybe put it down entirely?
I'm very sorry to alarm you, I'm sure. I just need to little. I've been overrun with emotions since our disagreement earlier.
God damn it, and now Natsuki will probably feel responsible. That's my assumption. Natsuki being like, oh great, so it's my fault. Because of a sock.
I can't. I need to get it out.
Look, I'm really sorry for earlier, okay? I should have kept my sock on my side, and I shouldn't have gotten so mad for everything.
Okay, we're slowing it down.
It's all my fault, okay? You don't have to do anything.
And it's back.
You don't have to hurt yourself. Just put the knife down, yeah? It's not good for knives if you get blood on them, right? Gotta take care of your collection.
Yuri breathes heavily for a few seconds.
It's fine if you care for them properly. I just need just a little. Almost.
Babe, please don't.
Okay. There. Sorry, I had to.
But did you really, though? God. Here, stop trying to bandage with one hand. I'll do it. What if someone other than me walked in here, babe? And it's kind of messed up, you know. Making your girlfriend watch you hurt yourself? How do you think I feel about having to see that?
I didn't intend for you to see.
No, but I was here and you did it anyway. I don't like seeing that.
I know, but this conversation is making me want to do it again. It's
A release, I know, babe. We've talked about this before, and I'm sorry this conversation is stressing you out. I know it's a tough thing to talk about. Look, let's not talk about it right now and right here. Right now, we need to finish getting you bandaged up. And then we need to get out of here before people get weird ideas. We can talk about everything later. We just do need to talk about it.
I understand. I'm sorry, Natsuki. I understand already that this is upsetting you. Of course it would be. I'm not sure what. I guess I'm not sure how to.
Later, babe, later. This is a discussion we can have in the room, okay? In our room?
Yes, that's right. That's comforting.
Yeah, I'm glad you think so. I feel more cozy when I think about us having a room too. Anyway, let's get out of here.
And Sayori! First time we're seeing her today. Only took half an hour. There's our bundle of sunshine and rainbows.
And then the professor said that the way I did the reading is the way everyone should do the reading.
That's amazing.
Yeah. My roommate said she'd take me out to eat later because of it.
I'm really glad you have such a good roommate. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second, but your roommate seems very nice.
Yeah, she is. Anyway, how are your classes?
And she's not severely depressed at the moment. At the moment being the key word. Again, who would have thought that someone from Natsuki's friend group, someone from the bathroom gang of all people, would be able to give Sayori this much energy. You wouldn't think that someone in the bathroom gang would be up to the task. But I guess I'm happy to be proven wrong.
Anyway, how are your classes? Anything interesting happen?
Well, turns out I have a class with my sister.
Oh,
Yeah.
I still think she just tries to help you in her own way.
She has a funny way of showing it.
I know, I still think she cares a lot about you though.
You didn't have to deal with her for years.
Yeah, that's true. I guess she's been acting the same way as before?
Yeah. It's like she's picking up exactly where she left off years ago. She even intentionally chose to sit right next to me. To hassle me.
Well, I say you should give her a chance, if you can stand it. I think she's kind of like Natsuki. She wants to show you she cares, but also she's been over-competitive with you for so long that she doesn't have any other way to show it. And that's why she's all dysfunctional.
Dysfunctional, you mean?
Right.
Well, you're probably right about her. When it comes to people, you're one of the best experts I know. Even about Kagami.
You know, I always wanted to be closer with Kagami. I really like her. I always kind of looked up to her, you know? I loved you, but sometimes I felt like I wanted to be her, you know? She's so smart and tough. Like the world could never harm her, you know? Unlike dumb old me. I know, I'm not dumb. But I want to be able to not care about what everyone else thought the way she did. I always hoped that someday we could be friends, she and I. But eventually she went off to boarding school. Maybe things will change now that she's back.
Well, I wouldn't hold your breath. You know, sometimes I've wanted to be like her too. Parents, well, it's not like they don't love me or anything. They're proud of me. But they're very proud of her, let's say. You know how it is with them. And she still lets me know it. I don't know, there are times where it seems like she wants to be close, but it's like she doesn't know how to stop being an asshole for 5 seconds.
Sounds like someone else we know.
No, with Natsuki it's different. Even when she's giving you shit, you know it's with love. If Natsuki's really mad at you, you can tell the difference. And she's never mean just for the sake of being mean, you know.
Yeah, I get it.
So I don't know, I'm not exactly looking forward to spending all this class time with her. And as for you guys being friends, I mean, that would be cool. I'd like that, but I don't think she'd want to be. Not because there's anything wrong with you, but I think she's always been envious of you.
Why would she be envious of me?
Natsuki's a caring asshole, exactly. Exactly. And when she's mean, it's the playful kind of mean, not the over-the-top, where you just don't... Natsuki knows when she crosses a line. And when she does cross a line, she'll usually, you know, either backpedal or apologize afterwards. Even though apologizing is a bit hard for her. Still. From what we've seen of Kagami, she doesn't seem like the type to ever apologize if she crosses a line. At least so far. Because MC has made it very clear that from his point of view she is crossing lines constantly. And yet she's still doing it. Well, you know she's always been this way. If I cross it, it's not a line. Yup. Well, I'm sure we'll get to know her better as well. Even though we're twins, she's always tried to be the better one. And our parents encourage her in that, whether they mean to or not. So she's never really felt safe to be around. Like, how do I put this? I can't trust her the way I can trust you. Who knows what she would do if I shared some weakness with her, or how she would use it to maintain her superiority or something, you know? Sayori nods. And it's always been that way. Even when we were very young. Now, you on the other hand, I've always been able to trust you. With anything and everything. I think that's why we got so close as children. And why I spent way more time with you than with her growing up. And honestly, I think she resents that. I think she thinks she deserves to be the person I confide in rather than you. Well, then she should start being a person worth confiding in. If it's not safe to confide in her, of course people won't confide in her. Gee, she should maybe think about that. Even though she hasn't done anything... Yeah, exactly. Even though she hasn't done anything to deserve it compared to you. Just confide in me because I'm the best. I'm the best and you're the worst. So I don't think she'll be playing nice with you anytime soon.
I hope you're wrong. I think all of that is pretty sad. You should be able to be close with me and with her. And I still think she's really cool, even with all of that. Maybe she'll soften up a little in college.
Yeah, I hope so, but I wouldn't bet on. The sudden sound of a guitar interrupts the conversation. So you think you can tell Heaven from hell. Again, I would probably be nice if I knew what was being sung here, but oh well. Never change Sayori, except actually she should change. In the sense that she should keep working on her depression. To make the rain clouds get weaker and weaker, day by day. That part can definitely change. Like, improvement. Pink Floyd, okay. Thank you. Wow, that guy can sing.
Yeah, it's the guitar guy. I've heard of him. When his classes are done, he settles into some place on the campus and plays songs. He's really good.
He sure is. I didn't even notice how good he was at the guitar parts until you called him the guitar guy.
Yeah, and he's actually a guy from our high school.
Yep. It be the one. We're just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl year after year.
It's actually Ryan from our school.
Oh yeah, so it is. Didn't really know him that well, I guess. I remember now that I met him over the summer helping Kenzo with his car that one time, but never knew he could sing so well, damn.
Yeah. So, where do you want to eat today, handsome man?
Good question. MC and Sayori walk off. And have we found the same old fears? Wish you were here. And there's the casual outfit. There's light applause from the small crowd that's gathered to listen to Ryan play. Casual outfit reveal. Do you take tips? No, I don't do this for money. I just like playing for fun. Makes the campus a nicer place, don't you think? Yeah, well, thanks for doing it then. Yeah, of course. Ayami! Not in the casual outfit, because she's obviously on campus, because, you know, school uniform makes sense, whereas Ryan is still on campus, because he lives here. Right, Ayami. The,
Wow, not bad, Ryan. Didn't realize you were so talented.
I'm not that talented. I just have a lot of time to practice.
Well, isn't that how you get talented?
Practice will only take you so far.
And the limiting factor is natural talent. All too true for most people. Hi guys. Killer playing, by the way. I think you have at least some natural talent to play so well.
Some, maybe. It doesn't feel like a lot most days. Ayami is seductive 100% of the time. Yep. Because my god, I cannot, when I do a voice, I commit to one specific way of doing the voice. I don't vary things a lot because otherwise I fear I will move into a different voice. Again, it's hard when there's so many characters. Approve. Yes, the approval.
I'll have a number 3 medium of a Sprite.
Yes. Ah, boy. It's gonna be interesting, depending on some of her lines later on. Depending on some of her lines, whatever they may be, doing that voice may be interesting. But I guess that's why I practice so much. What are you guys up to today?
You call us guys when we're clearly ladies.
It was cringe for you when I referred to women as miss, but now you want me to say hello ladies? No winning with you.
Fair. Hey, by the way, I was going to grab some coffee this evening. You two want to come with?
Sure. I could use the caffeine. I get a headache if I go too long without. What about you, Ryan?
I'd love to, but...
But what? You clearly don't have anything better to do.
Yeah, true, just, well, it's a little embarrassing, but I can't really afford to grab a coffee right now. Trying to keep my unnecessary spending as low as possible, yet he refuses tips. What a man. Coffee. I mean, hey. Who knows what Ayami's open to, right? I mean, actually, we know what she's open to. She's open to a lot of stuff. After all, she has said that she's in an open relationship, she's willing to bring multiple guys to the dorm, and she's willing to let Sayori watch if she should feel like it. Ayami is very open to do a lot of people with. She's open to coffee, yes. That is the thing, yes.
Did a glut of irresponsible freshman spending... Did a glut of irresponsible freshman spending and your wallet is empty now, huh? Well, never mind that. I can easily sugar mama for you for a coffee trip.
There we go. Ayami has found her prey. She has found her prey already.
Does your boyfriend know you're treating another guy like this?
He wouldn't mind at all. I'll call him right now and tell him.
Ask him if it's cringe to call a woman miss while you're at it. Ayami swings for the fences. She's going in. And there's Monica. So many new... Again, all the new backgrounds so far are amazing. You all have very well exceeded my expectations for this first part of the class. Clearly, I don't know what the limit of your abilities are. It seems like most of you have had experience creating working programs before. Gee, especially Monica, right? For now, focus on making progress on the midterm project and make sure you understand floating point computation by the next lecture. See you next week! Most of the class, including Monica, starts to shuffle out of the room. But Monica gets a text and she sits back down. She waits, scribbling notes in a notebook until the room is empty. What did MC text her? By the way, the player's watching you now. Lots of new backgrounds. Need to firmly establish that we are in a new place. Fair. Even if it is the even if, you know, feeder school and everything, and it's technically the same, like, area and same uniforms and everything, it's still a different location. And I think if the backgrounds were the same, it could get confusing occasionally, since we do occasionally cut back to, you know, Miss Ida and Ria back in the old school. And cutting back and forth between the two locations when they look the same would have been... yeah. Again, I'm not saying it couldn't work, I'm just saying it would make it a little bit harder to figure out where exactly you are when the scene transitions.
Hi, if you're there. It's always hard to talk to you when I can't sense if you're there or not. I asked MC to text me if you show up.
Yep, had a feeling that's what was going on. The old school very often, but still. Yeah. Plus, I mean, gotta appreciate all the effort that went into the mod. From getting all the new backgrounds, obviously the writing and everything. Like, I'm looking forward to the music, like everything about this. I'm looking forward to seeing the season unfold. And what the overarching, again, we have our episodic stuff, but what the overall overarching narrative of this is gonna turn out to be. Because each season did have, like, its, you know, focus. Anyway.
This is silly, I'm not sure, I'm nervous, but, I arranged something for us later tonight, a date specifically. You and I never get to spend much time together on our own. Oh, right, I can't tell if you're hearing all this. I'll just hope you are. Anyway, it's just some time, it'll just be some time walking around the city. Maybe we can grab dinner. Or I can... Anyway... I can anyway, and you can be there. I'm not completely sure the game will follow you around the whole time. I'm hoping that by stating it in advance like this, I'll get to do it, so... Anyway, are you interested in doing, a date with me?
The important choice. She can't hear the answer, obviously, but MC can tell her the answer, right? Also, why would I not be interested? I mean, come on, we gotta go along with it if she's setting all of this up. She's already planned everything.
Oh, I keep forgetting. Can't hear you. Well, looking forward to later tonight. For now, though, I should get over to our new club room. Almost time for club to start. I don't want to get back into the bad habit of being late all the time. See you over there. Always red with her. Just red everything. She loves it. And I'm like, why not try just a little blue? A single blue object even.
Code's here, by the way.
Oh, hi Code. It's kind of weird when you tell me about Code MC. Not used to hearing it from you.
Also, it must be weird. They were in the middle of the conversation, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, by the way, player watching, starting now. Yeah, I understand. It has been a little unsettling to stay club president for a long period. Seems like it definitely takes some getting used to. And anyway, I can tell why Monica needs a break from it sometimes. But you know, actually I found it surprisingly comforting also.
Really? Is it because you feel like you have control over things? That always scared me more than comforted me.
No, nothing like that. Or maybe it is? It's kind of like that. It's nice to get periodic reminders that you are safe, Sayori. And occasionally I can just feel that. And that's very reassuring. You're sad about that. Don't be sad. It's a good thing. It means I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, it's sad that you'd be worried to begin with, you know? I want you to have to worry about me. You shouldn't have to worry about me. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about that.
Don't be sad. Yeah, that's the old MC. He never fully left. A bit of our good old dense main character is still in there. Just don't be sad. You have depression? Have you considered cheering up?
I feel terrible every time I...
Hey, it's okay. It's just a small thing. And it's not your fault. You know that. You shouldn't feel terrible about it at all. Don't be sad. After all, the snack basket is back now. You know what? That's all you had to say, MC. That is all you needed to say.
Snack!
Yep, snack, alright. Hi again, Code. Hopefully that takes her mind off of negative things for a while. She asked me to help her by redirecting her when I can. If it looks like she's spiraling, if it looks like she's spiraling down a little, I do the best I can. Hi, Natsuki. Where's your girlfriend?
She left a little later than me. Should be here soon. Where's your girlfriend?
Plundering the snack basket. Over there, snack basket.
Snack basket?
Oh boy. Do we have the second user? Yeah, snack basket. Never mind, it doesn't look like Natsuki's also rushing over there. She has a little bit more self-control than Sayori. Plus, you know, when it comes to sweets, Natsuki prefers the high-quality stuff. Like the homemade pastries. Snack basket? Snack basket. It is just universal. If you have a snack basket, morale improves tremendously. Monica set it back up here in our new room. Not gonna go get some?
I'm actually pretty full. Like, it feels weird to say, but at the cafeteria you can just go up and get seconds and no one cares.
Well, yeah.
So getting used to stuff like that. Sorry, no, it's kind of weird for me to be the It's kind of weird for me to be the starving poor girl freaking out about, like, an all-you-can-eat cafeteria.
It's not weird. No one here is judging you, you know that. Sweets often taste better after you've eaten too. Though, you know.
You make an excellent point, sir. And one I will, put to the proof, or whatever. Forthwith!
Yep, definitely picking up your vocabulary.
Oh, shut up.
It was only a matter of time.
MC, do you want anything?
Sure, but not until after. Save me a mini chocolate bar or something.
Okay.
No guarantees.
I would say, Sayori could pocket one to keep it safe from Natsuki, but the thing is, if Sayori pockets any sweets, chances are those sweets will not survive because she will eventually check her pockets and eat whatever's in there. Ah, yes. Famously, keep the sugary food safe. Totally. I mean, who else could you trust if not Sayori?
Good afternoon, MC.
And to you, Yuri. How's your day been?
Well enough, perhaps. Better know that club has started.
You okay? I did sort of get the slight feeling earlier that you were a little upset. But I don't want to pry.
I was, but only a little.
You have to admit she knows herself. Yeah.
Was, but only a little. Just still acclimating to the college environment, I suppose.
And to living with your girlfriend.
Some difficulties were to be expected, especially with someone as sensitive to disruptions as I am.
Living together with someone who excels at causing disruptions. Yeah, I can definitely see why this would cause totally no problems at all going forward, right? Really, it's not like Natsuki is a true master at causing disruptions or anything. No, totally not. You're not that sensitive.
No, just a little though. In any event, I'm quite fine now. I have been looking forward to club for some time. How has being the president been for you?
Not really that big a deal, to tell you the truth. I definitely get how it gets old after a while, and how it's hard to make sure you don't unintentionally pry, but overall, not horrible or devastating or anything. It's manageable.
A very apt description. I would inquire further, but I'm trying not to think too much about the club presidency lately.
Understandable.
Instead, I think I will go prevent Natsuki from giving herself a stomachache. Please excuse me.
Natsuki really went from I'm actually quite full to I'm gonna consume so much that I'm gonna throw up later. How quickly things can change with her. It's really impressive. All it took was a little convincing from MC. Of course. The snack basket's pretty popular today, huh, Code? I mean, it's always popular. But more so than usual. Even Yuri's partaking. I wonder why. Maybe it's because we want to hold on to our old familiar traditions. I know I do. Heck, I'm even looking forward to sharing my poem today when normally I dread that. It just feels cozy, I guess. Ah, here comes Monica. Hi, Monica. Glad you're all the way recovered now. You look pleased.
I'm going on a date with Code later.
Oh, so that's what you wanted the text for earlier.
Yep. I see the snack basket is seeing considerable patronage.
Yup. I brought an extra refill if you need it. It's in the shelf in the back.
Well, aren't you helpful?
Figured it'd be good thing for an acting club president to do.
Well, I appreciate it. At any rate, they're going, at the rate they're going, we might need both refills. Or maybe I should just start the meeting. Okay, everyone. Okay, everyone. Now I've got everyone's attention. Let's start up with club. As I recall, we're going back to names from a pencil case to start. I know before it's been a little bit unfair since I've surprised people with their need to choose an activity. If anyone wants to opt out this week or hasn't thought of anything, let me know and I can take your name out.
That's very kind of you, Monica, but I at least am prepared should I be chosen.
Anyone else want to opt out?
What do you mean anyone else? Nobody has opted out yet. But yeah.
Alright then. So do you have the pencil case ready? Right here! I'm excited, it's our first time back doing this! You should pick the name, Monica! You're the one who put the names together, Sayori. Just do it. The vice president of the literature club
Oh, hell yeah!
commands it.
It's been so long! The Sayori catchphrase returns! And if the vice president commands it, it must be done.
Well, if she commands it, I don't have much choice.
Monica reaches into the pencil case. Yuri hates catchphrase. She better get used to it, though.
Today, the winner is Natsuki. I take it you have a plan.
Of course I do. Today we're gonna do some Would You Rather.
I can't have to wonder if that's a truly literary activity.
Oh, come on, Monica. Not everything we do has to be super literary.
I know. I just couldn't resist the opportunity to tease. Go ahead, Natsuki. How are we going to do this?
Well, I took the liberty of preparing some questions. 10 to be precise.
I guess I'm gonna get in on this game as well. Chat, feel free to do it so as well.
I didn't come up with a game or anything like I did for the Newlywed Game thing. I just thought it would be fun to answer some Would You Rathers.
It does sound fun. So do you want to just ask and we'll answer, or...
Yeah, that'll be fine. Let me just grab the questions and... Wait, way better idea? I'll write the questions down and give them to everyone. Then you guys write down your answers with your names on them. And then we reveal them all at once at the end. That way you can't try to answer like everyone else. Plus there's just more of a dramatic reveal that way.
Alright, then let's get to writing.
Oh god, what are some of these questions gonna be?
Where did you get some of these ideas, Natsuki?
Most of them I thought of, some of them on the internet.
This one is really hard.
Well, I'm finding most of them fairly easy.
Wait, but on this one, I already cured cancer once.
Ah,
Yeah, but like all cancer.
I see.
later.
Cool, everyone done?
Oh, I think so, beloved.
Let me just count this last batch and... Yep, that's everyone's answers and everything. Let's get started. Our first question was, would you rather discover your attic was full of cockroaches or had a living person there you don't know?
Depends on full of cockroaches. How full is full? Yeah, this is... I think I've heard this one before. And it's definitely one of those things where neither answer sounds pleasant. Definitely neither answer sounds pleasant. I guess... Oh, you turn the lights on up there? Okay. The thing is, for the cockroaches thing, you could call an exterminator to get things done and everything, yada yada, you know the drill. The question is, how widespread would that be at that point? If the attic was full of cockroaches, what are the odds that some of them could have escaped out and anything? And, you know, how would that... For the person, I don't know. That's a tough one. You know what? I think I'd actually go with the person. I think I'd go with the person. Because here's the thing, with the cockroaches you're definitely gonna have to call an exterminator or anything, but if there's a person living up there, it doesn't say they're necessarily like, you know, hostile or anything. They might just be someone who needed a place to crash, and well, then again, they did kind of force entry because I don't know them, I didn't let them in, so that would be weird. But you might be able to just reason with them to get them to leave, whereas with the cockroaches, you definitely, if it's like full of them, you definitely gotta call an exterminator and pay them. With the person, again, you can reason with them probably, I would hope. And then, if that should fail, then you can still call the cops. So yeah, I'm gonna go with the person. my decision.
The person! Maybe they'd be mean, but probably they just need a place to stay. Plus, cockroaches are gross.
Cockroaches are gross, but it would be extremely troubling to me to find that an unknown person was living secretly in my house. I'd rather deal with the cockroaches.
Assuming the person isn't an imminent danger to me when I discover them, the person.
Yep.
It's a lot easier to call the police to get someone out of your home than it is to deal with cockroach infestation.
Wouldn't it be disturbing to you, though, on a psychological level?
Maybe a little, but so would the cockroaches, I think. And the fact that one of them is a lot less work to deal with kind of makes it easy for me. What about you, MC?
This was kind of a hard one for me. I honestly don't mind the cockroaches too much, but I'd feel really bad kicking someone out of my house. I'll be super awkward and I wouldn't want to do that. So the cockroaches, I think, for me.
I definitely prefer the random dude. Could kick his ass and send him on his way. Like Monica says, dealing with the bugs would probably mean I'd have to, like, fumigate or something. Can't be bothered. And with that, on to the next one. Would you rather that every single one of us have club presidency type awareness all the time, and we could never turn it off, or that we'd all forget about the super reality and none of us would ever have that awareness again?
Well, I think for Monica the choice is obvious, considering how she cares about the player and everything. As someone who has no stake in this, I think the the presidency type power shit is absolutely insane. If I was aware of a super reality above my own and had some kind of presidency-like powers to manipulate the reality I live in, even if it would give me like a little bit of a sense of dread and everything about not being in the highest form of reality, I think I would say I'd take it all the time without being able to turn it off, even if it could get exhausting at times. Now that is of course me not having been in this position and never possibly being able to end up in this position. So obviously my opinion is not particularly well informed and can never be well informed, but that is what I think. And again, it would also depend on all of us, because again, that's implying a group. I don't know what in my case the group would be, because I'm assuming it doesn't mean like everyone in the world, just everyone in this, club. That would beg the question of who would be part of everyone in my group. And if they would be fine with it. In which case I say they better be, because my choice still stands. But yeah, that is my opinion on this one.
For me, it was easy. All of us forget about it.
Yeah, no brainer there for me. I'd probably ask the others if they were okay with it first, if that were an option. But if you forced me to pick one or the other immediately, I'd pick the option where everyone forgets. Monica definitely wants to keep it. I think Yuri probably also wants to keep it, considering she was obsessed with that power.
I'd pick that one too. I'd be kind of sad about it, I think. But that would definitely be better than the other one.
It would be with some difficulty, but I too would choose for us to forget.
Oh, okay.
It would most likely be healthier, although I would grieve for the lost opportunities and connections. But then I suppose that's one of the benefits of forgetting. We would not know what we were missing. So yes, the forgetting option.
Meanwhile, I absolutely detest the idea of wiping my memory of something, let alone something so important. If it were just me that I had to decide for, it would be easy to pick being president all the time, but it's not. I would have to pick forgetting, because it would not be fair to everyone else to make them experience all that 24 hours a day forever. So yeah, even I would go with the forgetting option as it's presented, if only to save everyone else.
Monica with the... You can definitely tell a lot of character growth happened. If you look all the way back to the beginning, and Monica actually choosing this choice here. This choice alone really shows how much she's grown. Also, hi Nev, how's it going? Thanks for the hydrate. You're still broke and yet you hydrate me. I appreciate how kind of a person you are. Character growth in my 6-year-long mod? It's more likely than you think.
And we thank you for it. Next question. Would you rather have hair for teeth or teeth for hair?
That is so weird. Definitely not hair for teeth though, because again, having a hair in your mouth is already annoying as it is, plus having no actual teeth makes eating food just like, no. So as weird as it would be to have teeth for hair, I think logistically speaking alone, that would absolutely be the better option. Even if it would be weird and probably disgusting to look at, I absolutely would not be able to stand having constant hair in my mouth and not being able to eat properly. So yeah, picking the second. Absolutely horrifying, that's the thing. It is horrifying, but I think in my case the answer is pretty straightforward and obvious. I don't think I would even consider the first one.
I hate this question. I hate the fact that you even made me consider this hypothetical.
You're welcome, Chief. Kind of feel we needed a sort of palate cleanser for this one though, since the last one's kind heavy.
Probably supposed to be kinda heavy? Fixed already, okay. Got it. Look at me with the old download then.
True. Anyway, it's gotta be teeth for hair for me. It would look atrocious, but at least I could wear a hat. The feeling of hair as teeth in my mouth, yeah.
Yep, exactly. Plus you can't eat properly. Question actually. Are we specifically only saying teeth for hair, like as in on top of your head? Because if you replace all of your hair, like, we're just saying on top of your head, right? Not including everything like eyebrows and whatever else, because that would make it so much worse. That would make it so much worse. I still think I'd choose that option though. I still think I would choose that option, but oh god. Oh god. Oh god damn it, now I have that image in my head. Hi Tormuse. Hello. You're so... Am I though? Yeah, same, not a hard choice. Yeah, that question, yep, I just considered whether or not having teeth for hair would include eyebrows and all of your other body hair, or just specifically the hair growing out of your scalp. But yeah. Was terrifying. Would you rather? Yeah, just the second was terrifying. Hooray.
I mean, maybe I could wear dentures and just shove the hair inside the dentures. It probably wouldn't be so bad if I could do that, not really different. But I guess that kind of defeats the purpose of the question. So yeah, if I can't do that, teeth for hair. But what if the teeth grow really, really long, like the hair does?
Another fascinating question.
That would be weird.
Imagine if they did. How would that work if you get a haircut? Also, oh god, I just realized. Please tell me the teeth that you get for hair behave like hair, as in there's no nerve endings in them. No nerves attached, please and thank you. Because if they still function like teeth, where they have nerves attached, how would you get a trim if they keep growing? Oh god, the pain. Very terrifying. This question keeps getting worse the more you think about it. It keeps getting so much worse. Oh, question, guys. I am scared.
That would be weird. Could I like trim my teeth hair Or maybe I'd have to have them extracted. Ow. Still though, I guess T for hair, all things considered.
It is not particularly hard for me to say I take tea for hair. Much as I would miss my hair, which I'm very fond of.
Yeah, I'd also take tea for hair. That one was maybe too obvious. Should have made it a little spicier, like maybe the Tifa's hair do grow or something. Anyway, the next one is this. Would you rather know exactly when and how you die if you had the chance or not? Ooh, that is... Now, this comes with a little caveat. If I know exactly when and how I'm gonna die, that, while it's terrifying to know, that does effectively make me immortal up until then. Because otherwise, it would be wrong. If I know that I will die, let's say I will die in 50 years because of a heart attack, that would be like, damn, okay, I can't die until then. It is still terrifying to think about, but if we're going by that logic, where I know, like, if we're saying this is a true statement and I can't just, like, if we're saying that this factual statement is absolute and can't be changed, then I would like to know. Like, if that means I can now stroll around and not have to worry about any dangers, I would like to know. And that's that. If that is not the case, then I think I'd rather live my life not knowing. So it really depends on the specifics here. If we're going with it's an absolutely factual statement that won't be changed, then yeah, I would like to know. Think through the T versus hair question. They could, again, Natsuki could have thought about it more. But she said so as much herself. I probably would not be able to avoid learning it, even though I probably shouldn't. I just wouldn't be able to help myself. Probably once I learned that I, like, drowned at age 62 or whatever, I'd get really paranoid and stay away from beaches. And then die in the shower when I hit my head and drown in, like, 2 inches of water or something. So yeah, I probably want to know.
I would not. I would worry too much about it. It's a lot easier to live life not knowing that with certainty, I should think. There's already enough doom hanging over our lives without seeing it in greater definition. This is a clear instance of ignorance being bliss and knowledge not bringing much of any good.
I agree with Yuri. No way. Feel like that'd make me really stressed out and upset. Especially if I died in some tragic or embarrassing way.
I would want to know. I feel like it would bring me a lot of comfort to know. Sometimes I worry a lot about whether I'll die in some way that brings pain to a lot of people unnecessarily. Hopefully I'd find out that I die a long time from now, of old age or something, and not by suicide in the immediate future. You know, weirdly, I think that would actually help me feel better. Because I could say, okay me, I know it seems really bad right now, but you'll get through it. You know you will, because the magic thing that helps you know when you die says you will. That would be really, really comforting to know. Tough choice for me. On the one hand, I do very much want to know things. And I keep having the thought, if I know when and how, that means I can do something to prevent it.
Ah, but Monica, don't you know one often meets their destiny on the path they take to avoid it? Do you not know?
Even though that's clearly not how the question works, I guess I wouldn't want to know. If I knew, that would feel too demoralizing.
Monica dies of hubris at age 26. Perfect. It makes sense.
And it would give me certainty that I would die, and I don't want that. I like to have hope about that kind of thing.
Hope that you may be immortal.
Is that too much for a girl to ask?
Is it ever too much to ask? Again, though, a lot of people, myself included, hope and pray that immortality becomes possible and feasible. We know it won't be. We can hope and pray, even though there are so many cautionary tales of what immortality will do to a person. So many stories deal with it. And yet people still dream. and say it would be different for me. Yeah. Well, Machine of Death, I don't know what it's called. It's a series of short stories by various authors who are given a prompt. It's a magical machine that tells everyone how they die. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So, like a bunch of short stories on how people would react to that information then, huh? I assume the reactions would be wildly different, but a lot of people would probably be like, oh yeah, I can just do whatever until then.
But yeah, I know it's likely inevitable, at least in the very long run, because even the simulated universe will die one day. But I don't want to know if it is. I like to live my life thinking there's a way out of it. So no, I wouldn't want to know. That was a good question though, very thoughtful.
Yeah, finally got one with a good spread of answers. Let's see, where's the next one? Ah, right. Would you rather be blind or deaf?
Ooh, another tough one. I honestly, as much as I would hate to lose the ability to listen to music and everything, I think I would rather be deaf. I think I would rather be deaf than blind, because I think as long as you can see, it is still definitely more feasible to get around on a day-to-day basis. Like, if you're blind, like walking around the city all of a sudden becomes a lot more challenging. Like, yeah, if you're deaf, you also lose out on a lot of, you know, capabilities when maneuvering around, but at the very least, like, you know where you're going. And also, gaming would be a lot harder if I was blind. Yeah, being deaf also makes gaming harder, naturally. But being blind would probably ruin it for me more. So yeah, I'll pick being deaf. A variety of stories. Small-scale stories about characters' relationships, and some more about wider effects on society. Fascinating stuff, huh? Maybe I'll look into it. I'm not sure, though. I've got plenty of other stuff I need to deal with. For example, the fact that I recently started watching Demon Slayer. Oh, the fun. I just finished the Entertainment District arc a little bit before going live today. Good stuff, good stuff. Although I am a little bit frustrated with some of the localizations in the subtitles. Again, the more I start to understand Japanese, the more often I get frustrated with translations. It's just like a necessary thing that comes with the territory, I guess. Sometimes I do not know what to think. Like, when I hear the characters say... what was it? Sanju Hachido. Characters say Sanju Hachido. Translated, 38 degrees. And the subtitles say 100.4 degrees. Listen, an overwhelming of the majority uses the metric system and uses Celsius. Why would the localizers change it in the subtitles when they say 38 degrees? Why would the subtitles not say 38 degrees? Stuff like that is unreasonably frustrating to me. I don't know why it's frustrating to me, it just is. And I get so annoyed every time. Even when it's just minor things like that. It's the only country that exists in the whole world. I guess so. Honestly, that is just me griping with localizers. That is just me wanting direct, faithful translations without any of the meddling. It annoys me to no end, and I know I'm probably one of the few people who are that annoyed by it. And I know that's a me issue, but yeah. As I said before, hello, I'm sorry I didn't acknowledge you yet. I was on a rant. I was on a bit of a rant, but yeah. Hello. Yes. Welcome. As I started to watch Demon Slayer, I got annoyed by that one whiny character whose name I don't remember, and I just didn't pick it up again. To be fair, he is kind of annoying. He gets a bit better later on, so far. Like, again, I just finished the Entertainment District arc. He does get better, but generally, he's, like, out of the main cast, he's my least favorite as well. I don't know, he never really... I mean, there's still time for him to develop more. I mean, I'm sure he gets more of a character arc, but... yeah... He does seem a bit too whiny. Hopefully he'll get better. Again, he did already get better, but still has a lot of room for growth in my mind. Anyway, right, back to the would you rather.
Would you rather be blind or deaf? MC, how about you?
Deaf, pretty easy for me. I really, really like being able to see.
It's because of video games, isn't it?
Yup, you and me both, my man. When in doubt, I would be deaf too. Again, reasonable. Gamers unite. Most gamers would choose to be deaf over being blind, I assume. Please leave those bricks away, yo. We don't need more bricks spinning. Hey, I couldn't see my girlfriend's beautiful face anymore, and that would be hard to live with. Video games, while still obviously important, are secondary. Several dozen bricks or an anvil? Well, I got both. I got the anvil as well. Seen by converting the Fahrenheit into Celsius. Ah, so it happens the other way around too. Again, I advocate for faithful translations. Be faithful to the source, to the original language something is written in. Please. Please. That's all I ask. Ow. But yeah, I just rely on my site for more stuff in general. Seems like it would be a little easy to get by without hearing, although that would suck. What about you? Probably also keep your site?
Well, yeah, obviously. Video games. And yeah, like my beautiful girlfriend's delightful face and stuff.
But for her, that is secondary. Celsius, Fahrenheit, and the gas system of the British Isles. Perfect. Perfect. What's next? Kelvin gets included as well.
What a relief.
But also definitely video games. Plus, just so much of the stuff I like doing requires sight. Can't do soccer or basketball by ear, you know. I'd have to find some listening-based hobbies. Or, I don't know, touch, taste, or smell-based hobbies. Probably not smell-based hobbies.
Gee, I wonder what that's all about. Totally not about the incense. Seriously, everything's in Kelvin after that. I'd be there for it. Not sunny day, it's not that bad. We have sunscreen on. I mean, sunscreen definitely helps on a sunny day. Especially if you have a lot of skin exposed, obviously. If you don't have a lot of skin exposed, then yeah. Such a strong word, he just brought my enjoyment down until I didn't feel like watching the show anymore. Fair. I assume then that you were at like... Okay, I'm gonna assume you were at the point where they went into... Like, they went to that house in the woods and there were those, like, two younger, like, those two kids out front that were asking about their brother. And, like, somewhere in that arc with that house, I assume you dropped out. Or did you actually last longer than that? Because that's shortly after that dude gets introduced, and yeah, no, had a feeling. Again, as I said, he does get better, but... he remains a crybaby. Again, to a lesser degree, but still very much so.
Probably not smell-based hobbies. I'd probably get really good at baking. My palate would probably get really refined if I lost my sight. I wonder. Nah, video games, that really seals it, no contest. So yeah, I choose going deaf. Who's next?
It's a really hard question for me. There are so many nice things about both hearing things and seeing things. And really losing either one would be really bad for my depression, I think. I rely on both of them so much. Obviously, I've talked a lot about how I use music to help manage my feelings, but I think seeing might be even more important. being able to see things is just a nice distraction sometimes. And I don't just mean looking at MC, although that really helps. But I mean like just looking at stuff like the side of a soda can or something. That kind of stuff is full of details you can look at to take your mind off of things. At least temporarily. Plus, yeah, I also like video games. So yeah, I'd keep my side too.
Which mod is this? First of all, hi Paige. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. This is Doki Doki Club Meetings. Specifically, Doki Doki Club Meetings Season 4 Episode 2. Which is overall Episode 38. It's a very long-running mod at this point. And it's fun. It's great. It's amazing. I love it. In fact, the dev is in chat. The dev of the mod is in chat right now. It's an okay mod, says the developer. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it. Yeah, so we are very far in at this point. The newest episode just released, well, when was it? Last week, right? I am not playing it on release day, obviously, but I am trying to get to the new episodes as they come out on a somewhat timely basis here. Because so far, I've had to wait, so far I've waited for the collections. This is the first season that I'm playing as the episodes come out, which is exciting. You're committed, I could write whatever I wanted, you'd have to play it. You're right. In fact, you know, club mods, that's your excuse to write whatever you want and I'd have to play it. But also, we don't need the bobs. We don't need any of the bobs. Alright, let's see.
I've been thinking about it the whole time and I still don't know what I do. Like the others say, there's a lot that's good about keeping your side. Even if I'm not as big of a video game player, it's just easier to live your day-to-day life, I imagine. But hearing is really important to me. Music has ended up being such a wonderful thing in my life. It would be really hard to let it go. I feel like if I became deaf, I'd constantly try to hear music just in my head. And be frustrated because I'd forget what songs sound like. Plus, I couldn't play music anymore. Really, I could try, but I couldn't hear it. Yeah, you know what? I'd pick losing my sight over losing my hearing.
Interesting, so the Literature Club president would switch to audiobooks then. And if you intend to finish it this coming weekend, so I'll have to drop out the stream when you get to the poems. I see. Got it. Got it. Well, still, thanks for being here. Let's see. Where were we? Some insane screen about onions. That sounds like an acid trip. You know there is no escaping the onions. I'm just waiting for onions to come back up in this. Eventually, during this season, onions will come back up. And I will be ready. Hopefully. I will be ready to face them.
The music thing really determines it for me.
A very brave choice. I also considered keeping my hearing. Sound is so very lovely, I would hate to part with it, but even aside from the difficulty of navigating without sight, there are so many beautiful sights to see, and they tend to affect me even more than sound, most especially my beautiful girlfriend's delightful face, of course. Losing hearing it is, then, for me.
Fair enough. Next up. Oh, phone call? You guys mind if we pause just for a second? I've been expecting this call and I don't want to make her wait. Should only take a second.
Sure, of course.
Great, I'll be right back.
Anyone know what this is about, Yuri?
I do not. I do know that Natsuki is much more agitated about missing phone communications ever since she missed Fuyuki telling her about her cancer diagnosis. But this does not seem that serious, especially if she was expecting the call.
Wonder what it's about. Might still be about Fuyuki.
Yeah, thanks for calling. I know it's been hard with all the phone tag.
Hiruko! I see. Hiroko comes back. That was another member of the bathroom gang, right? If I remember correctly, it's been a hot minute. It has been a hot minute, but I think she was one of the members. Stream fact, phone tag means phone day. Ah, yes. Haha. Because tag means day. It is true. Yes, that is it. It is phone day. Oh god, I don't even remember at all. Again, bathroom gang voices. I mean, I gave an entirely new one to Ayami. Of course I won't remember Hiroko at all.
So, what's so important? I mean, it sounded almost slightly urgent. And you're not usually urgent. It's not really that urgent. It's just, you know, we were friends for a long time and we're still friends.
How's Ayami, by the way? I haven't heard much from her.
I haven't had too much time to spend with her yet. Things are busy here for everyone. I'm sure we'll hang out soon, though. That actually reminds me, Sayori's her roommate.
Really? That sounds interesting. They're very different people.
They sure are. Anyway, listen, the reason I'm calling is I just wanted to check in on you and how you're doing. How's art school going?
Well, I'd say it's going great. I'm learning something pretty amazing basically every day. And even just being around this many people that do art, you know, being exposed to all their different styles and ideas, it's really inspiring. I'm enjoying it a lot.
Well, that's good to hear. So, you don't feel like constrained by art school at all, do you? Like it's cramping your style or anything?
Is this a clumsy attempt to try to get me to go to college with you guys?
No, nothing like that. I'm really glad you went to art school. I was just wondering if it was working for you, or if maybe you didn't vibe with it.
That's a really specific thing to ask, Natsuki. The answer is no, but why worry about that?
Look, it's hard to explain, but, like, have you ever had a dream about some really weirdly specific outcome that someone in your life, and it just stuck with you as something that could really happen to them?
I think I understand what you're saying, yeah. So you had a dream about me feeling penned in by art school?
Well, it wasn't a dream exactly, it's hard to explain. I did have that same feeling when it made me worry for you, you know? I don't want you to quit art school and come here, although that would be awesome. I just wanted to make sure you were doing alright, and you were happy, so I could get past that weird nagging feeling.
You weird nagging feeling from your weird not dream?
Right.
Well, that's cute. Very strange, but you're also very sweet. And no, I don't feel limited by art school at all. I'm very happy here. Rather than feeling limited, I feel expansive, like worlds are opening up for me I never thought about before. It's wonderful.
That's good to know. Makes me feel a lot better. Well, hey, listen, I was in the middle of something when you called, but I just wanted to check in. Can I call you this weekend and we can catch up? You can tell me all about your cool art school domain expansion stuff.
Oh no, the domain expansion! It's time!
Sure, Natsuki. I'll let you go then. Be safe down there. I will. Bye, Hiroko.
Bye. God damn it, I didn't know Hiroko was capable of a domain expansion. She's too powerful! It's a good thing she's not here at the school. Everyone would be screwed.
Okay, sorry about that.
Who was it?
It was Hiroko from school. Like our last school. I had been wanting to check up on her. I told her I'd call her back later.
Infinite visual novel. Yes. I will never escape. This visual novel will go on for eternity. Infinite more seasons. Eventually. Like, I can see this. It will go on for all eternity. And when you can't ride it anymore, you will hand it off to someone else, like a sacred torch. Club meetings will never die.
That's very kind of you.
In all honesty, though, I know that when things run on for too long, eventually the quality will slowly start going downhill, so I do wonder if/when the series will reach a good ending point. And how that will play out.
Well, of course it is. I'm an extremely kind person, but anyway, we're in the middle of Would You Rather before all that. So, would you rather cure all cancer everywhere or end world hunger by making sure everyone always had enough food?
Okay, now this is a thing of... Tough choice, in all honesty. But I think world hunger... I think more people worry about world hunger than cancer, right? Probably? I think world hunger is a problem that affects more people directly. Like, cancer affects a lot of people by people being around cancer patients, and it's definitely widespread as well. But I do think in general world hunger is currently causing more direct suffering. So I think world hunger probably would be my choice. And hopefully cancer research will go forward by itself as well, obviously. So yeah. Have food, and just people who don't have food. Everyone's safe. Fair enough, but yeah, I think world hunger, personally. But it's not an easy choice. It's definitely a choice that it's better the more to make the more well-informed you are, and I am never well-informed on anything.
I always feel so terrible when I think of anyone going hungry. I've never been really hungry, like starving. It's just so terrible. No one should have to starve. Plus, probably more people die of starvation than of cancer.
That was my thought as well.
I don't know though. Still, I'd say let's get rid of hunger. Actually, the numbers are very close. 9 million people die of starvation a year, and now 10 million of some kind of cancer.
Oh, actually cancer is the higher number. Huh. See, that is the thing about being well-informed.
That statistic alone is enough for me to get rid of cancer, or rather more cancer than I have already. But even on top of the numbers, both of these things are terrible, but world hunger seems like the easier to solve problem. We have enough food in the world to feed everyone, and we just don't, for one reason or another. It's a problem that's within our grasp to solve already, if we really wanted to. Cancer, on the other hand, I've learned a lot about cancer over the past few years. It's extremely complex, we're not really close to getting rid of it at all, despite a lot of resources being used for that purpose, so getting rid of it seems very much an easier decision.
Could you get rid of all cancer everywhere in the simulation, Monica?
No, I don't think so. Figuring out just how to help Fuyuki alone took me a very, very long time. It was very particular to her situation and body and the parts of the simulation she inhabits. There's no way I could generalize any of that work to the whole world. Even if I spent centuries and centuries on it, I don't think I could do it.
Dang. I also learned a lot about cancer when Fuyuki was sick. And it fucking sucks. It's just such a stupid fucking disease and I hate it. So that's what I'd get rid of.
Yeah, me too. It's just such a sad disease. Not that the fact that anyone starves to death isn't sad, but just, I don't know, cancer just feels so terrible. And everything Monica said made a lot of sense too. Anyway, yeah, I also picked cancer.
Cancer is a terrible disease and a creator of many tragedies, and yet the existence of hunger in the world to such an extent feels obscene to me.
Yup. Tough question, because ending world hunger would probably help more people, but being able to end cancer with magic sidesteps a lot of work. Yeah, true. Cancer is indeed a bummer. Major bummer is how we're gonna call it now. MC having Code's voice. I'm sorry, what else do you want me to do for MC? We were MC for the longest time. Obviously, I'm gonna keep using my voice for him.
It should not be allowed. it speaks ill of us as a species, as a group of thinking and reasoning creatures. I would have to get rid of hunger. It just makes me feel more disgusted with humanity, I suppose.
Interesting, another close 3-2 split on that one. Not what I expected, honestly. Let's move on to a happier one. This one is, would you rather be able to speak to animals or be able to speak every human language? I'm actually gonna say animals, because you can... I mean, yeah, being able to speak every human language is a feat that I don't think is feasible. However, you can study human languages. You can absolutely study human languages through your own effort. You cannot learn to speak to animals out of your own effort. So, speaking to animals it is, because that is something that is not feasible at all. Whereas with human languages, you can use time and effort to study more languages over time. Obviously, I don't think it's feasible to speak every human language, but you can acquire more of them. You cannot do that when it comes to speaking to animals. So yeah, I would also pick animals. Would like to talk to my cat? Who wouldn't like to talk to pets? And yeah, absolutely, I'm picking the first one. This one's super easy for me. Definitely animals. I could become, like, the best vet ever. Plus, it would be amazing to be able to talk to random animals everywhere and understand all their communications. Also, you can be an ultimate spy. Just go to a little pigeon and be like, excuse me, can you listen to all their conversation and tell you what they're talking about? Actually, never mind. That wouldn't work, because just because you can talk to animals doesn't mean that the animals can understand other human conversations. So no, the spy plan is out the window. Because only you are the one who can communicate with them. Right, so you can't use it as a cool little spy plan or anything, but still, I'm picking animals. That would be exciting.
I agree. Of course, it would be extremely useful to be able to speak every human language. In theory, though, you could, if you worked very hard at it, speak the language of any human you were likely to come across ever. And enough languages just to earn a living from knowing so many languages. But no matter what you did, learning to speak with animals is impossible without the question.
Exactly.
That's a magical, ungettable opportunity otherwise.
Have the pigeon fly a tiny recording device over there. True, I could just ask it, be like, excuse me, I'm just gonna put this on you, don't mind, it's nothing dangerous. Can you just fly over there, sit there for a bit and come back to me? You know what, the spy plan still works. Thank you, Tormuse. You're a genius.
So yes, speak with animals for me. Me too! I probably wouldn't talk to a lot of people who didn't speak very many languages anyway. Besides the ones I already speak to.
That is true, even more so for me. So I too would choose to speak with animals. Otski?
Yeah, this is another one that's actually pretty easy when you think about it. Animals, too easy. Let's move on to the next one. Would you rather slam your fingers in a car door once as hard as possible, or bite down hard on a metal file and then while you're biting on it, pull it out of your mouth really fast? I hate this. Oh god, I hate this. I think I'll pick option. My teeth. Ah, my teeth. I think I'd rather do the car door thing. I feel like my fingers would be more easy to... Oh, that's also horrible. Can I... Okay, let me... Slam your fingers, plural. But just one hand, I assume, right? Could I pick my non-dominant hand? At the very least. And can... okay, I think I'd do it for my non-dominant hand. I put my left hand in the car door and then immediately go to a hospital. They are both horrible. I hate it. I hate it so much. But for some reason, the file against the teeth just seems so much worse to me. I don't know why.
Again, I hate basically hurting my fingers like that, but I honestly would, I don't know, something about filing off your teeth. No, car door fingers it is, I hate it, but I'll pick that one. So horribly, but it's not okay. Of course I'm not okay, that's the whole point. Email herself and tell her. I could email her. I could.
That's an amazingly specific and terrible situation. Did you think of this question?
Now I found it on the internet.
I guess that explains things.
Fucking particular for that metal file question. I don't know. Something about just the idea of the file on the teeth. It just. No. That just doesn't make me feel good. Thinking of, obviously wouldn't make me feel good doing it, but it doesn't make me feel good thinking about it either.
Anyway, while slamming fingers in a car door would really hurt, it is manageable. Natsuki didn't say anything about where the fingers have to be. If you put them in the door up high, which is where the window is, the door has less mass up there. And anyway, you'd probably have your fingers up there anyway in a real life situation. So if you put your fingers up there, it'll sting, but it won't cause much lasting damage. Whereas the teeth thing very well might.
Yeah, the teeth thing might be a bit too hardcore. Even I would immediately pick slamming the fingers.
Oh, obviously. Honestly, even thinking of that thing with the file makes my entire mouth feel strange. I don't like it.
You and me both, Yuri.
I'd much rather deal with a sharp, acute sting. Much better than permanent tooth damage and whatever that feels like.
Yeah, the tooth file thing sounds awful. I know exactly what Yuri means when she says it makes her mouth feel weird. It makes my teeth feel weird, like in particular. No way would I do that. I'd slam my fingers any day.
Sounds like this was another too easy one. MC?
Nah, I'd do the metal file thing. MC, you monster. You monster. MC just pulling the nah, I'd win. This is MC's nah, I'd win moment. Giga Chat music plays. Oh god, I am terrified of MC as of this moment. It probably wouldn't damage your teeth that badly. That's what you think. Depending on how much force you bite down on the file on and when you pull out quickly. Again, it says bite down as hard as possible. MC, do you just think your jaw is weak? Do you just think your jaw muscles are weak? Is that it? Is that why you think you'd feel safe doing it? Because trust me, no. Oh god. Now I hope in English it's the same name. But the masseter muscle is like the strongest muscle in the human body relative to its size. That thing is powerful, okay? Like, do not underestimate the grip strength of your jaw. Now, my jaw muscles isn't that strong, so are my teeth. I would simply endure it. Oh god. IT question, we may have to revisit it later. Thanks, I hate it. And it probably wouldn't even hurt much. I mean, the bottom of your tooth isn't gonna hurt that bad. The nerve is down in the root after all. So yeah, teeth file thing for me. Huh. Yeah.
MC truly is built different.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, everyone is shocked. Reasonably so.
Let's see, 2 more to go. The next one is, would you rather be able to sleep 1 hour to be fully rested for the next 23? Or would you rather be able to eat anything you want and no matter how much you ate, it would be nutritionally optimal and never too much or too little?
Okay. Now the second part is good. I am currently blessed with a good metabolism, so I don't think I need the second option as it stands right now. Good metabolism and I have decent supply of food. So I think being able to have 23 hours in a day available every day is insane. I mean, yeah, I like sleep is a nice thing to escape from stuff, but 23 hours every day available to do whatever you want. I'm picking that, honestly. As much as sleep is a nice thing, I can still choose to lie down and do nothing and turn off. It just says be able to sleep 1 hour to be fully rested. It doesn't say I can sleep more if I want to. It doesn't say that I can sleep more if I still want to. So being able to get by with 1 hour of sleep and have 23 hours available to do whatever I want every day. Like, of course, not whatever I want. I still have to take care of stuff that needs to be taken care of. But still, that is so much extra free time that you get. And if I do not need it, I can still sleep. Picking that option. That's it for me. We can't, for you see, this is fiction. Alright. Alright, so sleep 1 hour it is.
For me, obviously, it would be eating whatever I wanted, and I probably don't even have to ask what Sayori would choose.
Food, do you like to be on that? Do you like food or do you like to be on that grind? I want to be on that grind. Let's go. Honestly, if I had 23 hours a day, I probably would do daily streams at that point. Maybe I wouldn't actually. Because I feel like even if I had 23 hours a day, I feel like streaming every single day would still lead to burnout eventually. So yeah, maybe I wouldn't do that. Still. I could catch up on so many shows though. Seriously, appreciate the lurk.
For me, obviously, it would be eating whatever I wanted, and I probably don't even have to ask what Sayori would choose.
If it were just how I am right now, I'd probably choose the sleep thing. I get enough sleep a lot of the time.
Oh, right, sorry.
Well, it's not just that, I also basically do eat whatever I want, and it doesn't affect me that much.
Doesn't affect your weight, maybe, but I can't help thinking that your diet doesn't help you feel better.
Yeah, that's probably true. You know, I think I have to pick eating whatever food I want. For that reason, but also, I probably won't keep being able to eat whatever I want without gaining weight. So that would be nice to be able to keep doing as I get older. Plus, MC's right. I probably would feel better if I ate better.
The food is an easy pick for me also. Having a few more hours a day would be nice, but eating whatever I want? Forget about it. That would be amazing.
For me, it'd be the sleep. I exercise a lot and tend to prefer healthy food anyway, but having 4 to 7 extra hours a day would be amazing. I could get so much more done, or have a lot more time to relax at least if I needed it. And 1 hour of sleep is the 1 hour of sleep is the clear choice for me.
You said 4 to 7 hours of sleep? Do you often sleep 5 hours a night?
Not that often. Don't worry about me so much. Sometimes I do. It's definitely not the norm though.
Do take care of yourself, Monica, especially now that you're in college. I suspect you'll be under more pressure, not less, to stay up too late and wake up too early. Get enough sleep.
I'll do my best.
As for me, I would certainly choose the food.
Interesting, okay. Well rested for 23 hours meaning you don't get tired or have
any of the drawbacks associated with ever feeling tired. Fully energized, yeah. Fully energized. That is... Like we're saying fully energized. That means when I wake up, like, I'm good. When I wake up, I will jump out of bed and be like, alright, time to start my day. I am not a morning person. In the slightest. Like, when I wake up, it takes me a few minutes to get up and slowly groan and wiggle myself free from my blanket. Being able to immediately be fully energized, that's true. That is another extra bonus to just getting a few extra hours. Who cares about your hat? I don't. I never have any hats, so you don't get to have any hats either.
As for me, I would certainly choose the food. I am somewhat the opposite of Monica. I do not typically have any troubles with getting adequate sleep. And I actually like being asleep and dreaming. Even if I did not need to, I think I would, from time to time, enjoy it. But also, I have to be very careful about what I eat. I gain weight easily and lose it with difficulty. It would be nice not to have to worry about that as much. So yes, the food option for me.
So that makes 4 for food without limits and Monica for the power sleep schedule. Surprising no one probably. Time for the last question.
Things to watch on YouTube, so I'm picking food. You know what? Fair choice, Spinner. While I might be running out low on things to watch on YouTube, again, there are so many shows that get recommended to me, and maybe I would actually be able to get to them if I had the extra hours. You had to cover the teeth for hair. No, don't bring that back.
Time for the last question. In this one, you need to imagine that during the base game, Ria and Miss Ida were around. And that Monica has done the whole Act 2 thing to them to scare the player away from them. Sorry, Monica, just roll with it. The question is, would you rather spend time around Act 2 Ria or Act 2 Miss Ida?
How would they change in their Act 2 form? I am terrified, but I'm the most curious about Ria. I'm terrified of Ria, but I really would also want to witness what she would be like, as terrifying as it would be. So I think I'd go for her, actually. At least one idea for Act 2 Ida. Ooh! I'm curious if Act 2 Ria and Ida could be explored in a future club mod, maybe. You never know. There are options. Idea, haha, ha. Normally we make Ria puns, but I guess the Ida puns also show up, huh? But yeah.
Assuming I don't have the option to fix everything because I'm me, Hack to Ria, obviously. I can't even think of a negative character trait of hers to exaggerate. I suppose maybe in the hypo she'd be really painfully hyperactively positive? I have no idea, but Ria seems like the clear choice.
Yeah, Act 2 Miss Ida seems like she'd be potentially really dangerous. Flamethrower sound. Yeah, no, she would be a pyromaniac. Possibly, yes. So intuitively, it makes sense. It makes sense that she'd be the pyromaniac. We know how she feels about fire. I'd go with Ria also.
Me too! Miss Ina being messed up would be scary. She's so stable usually. I wouldn't want to see her be all like that. I'm kind of lucky in a way when you think about it. I didn't have to see anybody else go through all their whole stuff.
Yeah, I have to figure Tempered Miss Ida would go in a couple different ways. The less scary way is probably that she's super cautious and pries about everything and needs to know everything. And then she'd just be really freaky and interrogate the students about everything in a super creepy way. The more likely way is the more scary way. Although it would also be the more awesome way.
You have a point.
And that is Pyro Miss Ida. Now, as I said, that would inarguably be awesome. However, I would definitely also want to stay way the hell away from it. So that leaves Ria by default.
I would prefer to stay with Miss Ida. I do not know what would be inflicted upon Ria, and I would not wish to know if I could avoid it. But I would hope that I could somehow protect or help Miss Ida. Ria is wonderful, of course, but Miss Ida has done much for us, so even retroactively, I would wish to try to help her. Even if I could not, she is a very worthy, very giving person, so yes, I would try.
Yes, well, on that cheery note, that was all the would you rathers I had. Monica?
Yes, time for poems, I think.
And that is Tormuse's cue to leave, I guess. Yup. Thanks for being here, Tormuse. Appreciate you swinging by. It's always fun having you around. Also, I hate that. Maybe my throat wasn't all better after all. Again, we're only 2 hours in. I am hydrating right now, despite no redeem. It is necessary. As I said on my Discord a few days ago, I suddenly had a very dry throat for an entire day, and the day after that it slowly got a bit better. I was hoping it... Oh, then there's an official hydrate. I was hoping it'd be done today, but, yeah. Really trying to make things better. Whew. How do you get in Monica's locker? Don't question. Don't question the roleplay. We don't question the burglary.
It's time for poems, I think. Although that was actually a pretty fun and thought-provoking activity, Natsuki, thank you. But now, on to the poetry. This week was all about turning some kind of ordinary everyday activity into a poem. Since I'm standing here, I'll go first. Mine was about taking out the trash.
Oh, I can't wait to see how you've got angstified that. How you've angstified that. Let's see.
The conveyor belt. All manner of things come in. Plastic, paper, glass, food in the bin. They share one thing. All have to be gotten rid of. If I can't stuff it down more, that's when I take the lid up. And then I take the bag out, and I haul it to the dump. And then, when I come back, more junk just has piled up. Oh sure, I take in plenty. Food, water, power, air, and I take out plenty more. There's piles of trash over there. I have inputs, and I have outputs. Just like looped conveyor belts. But besides all the waste, do I put out anything else? Ooh. Now that's an interesting one. We don't produce anything other than waste. Nobody produces anything other than waste. Which is why all life must come to an end immediately.
That's how you angstified it, I see.
I suppose it is somewhat angsty.
Yeah, it's pretty good though. My only beef with it is that it seems kinda silly to wonder if you output anything but garbage. Like, of course you do.
It's hard to tell sometimes, but I think part of the point of this poem is that it's hard to tell that when you're focused on doing your chore. When I take out the trash, my focus is kind of on it. And I think, wow, I put out this much trash and get discouraged for some reason. Like, sure, I output stuff besides trash, but materially it feels like I just bring in food and supplies and output a bunch of garbage bags, you know? In the moment, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, I think I get you now. Good poem either way, Monica.
Thanks. I really like the feeling in this one. I totally get it, especially like the repetitive nature of it. It's like a cycle. The whole reason you call it a conveyor belt. It feels like you don't ever stop. You can't, even if you wanted to. It got across that feeling really well.
Thanks, Sayori. That's definitely what I was going for.
The meter here was pretty interesting. It's not constant, but it does have a good flow to it. Not sure how to put it, but it feels like you're supposed to vary the speed at which you read the lines. Alright, we got a poem in chat too. The Locker. Nobody knows how I got in Monica's locker. Even though I'm literally the time traveler professor, I go through portals. I go through plot holes. All of it is mine to sow, for everything is nice. I say to that, but it's not, when someone steals my conductor's hat. Why yes, I could tell you wrote it yourself. It's a little bit harder to read when you obviously don't have the correct, spacing that you would have, because Twitch chat ruins spacing. We all know this. Twitch chat cannot handle line spacing, which makes writing poetry a lot more annoying. But, yeah. Don't really have any feedback to give on that, because I don't. Okay, anyway, not sure how to put it, but it feels like you're supposed to vary the speed at which you read the lines. In order to make them scan. But they do scan. I thought that was cool.
That plus the multi-word semi-soft rhymes gave it almost a feeling of rap. It is a poem that very much feels like it should be spoken aloud above all else, that makes it sound catchy in a way, for lack of a better way of putting it. Well done as ever, Monica.
Thanks, both of you. Any volunteers for going next?
Yeah, I'll go.
Alright, here we go. Lodging. I used to feel that bed was like a cave. A dark, shallow cave where you cower in a storm. A blizzard raging 4 feet from your face. But better that than stumbling on your own. Now it's not a blizzard quite so much. More like I'm carrying a weight. A big old wheelbarrow I hauled around all day, until my palms are tender to the touch. Now my bed is more like an inn, a room I go in where I lock the door, and feel like I can finally be alone. I drop my masks and burdens, rest begins. Maybe soon I'll upgrade once again, and go from an inn to a hotel. With luxury suites, room service and all. The mental accommodation of my bed. Alright. Well, that's definitely a nice little mental insight into Sayori and her improvements. And how she thinks she will improve more. You'll have to see it. Yeah, as Natsuki said as well. So I take it this is another mental improvement poem? Kind of about the depression getting better?
I don't know, kinda. Like, that isn't the main thing, but more it's the thing that caused the thing the poem is about, if that makes sense. Like, really it's a poem about how I view turning in for bed at night. It used to be kind of desperate, I guess. It wasn't really a place I wanted to be, but I was better than outside of it, kind of. But now I kind of look forward to it, especially since college started. I do so much stuff and talk to so many people that when I get to my room, it's nice to just go to my bed. My roommate is pretty respectful of my space and doesn't bother me, except when I want to be bothered. Mostly.
Ayami is a lot of things, but super respectful of boundaries is not a thing I would have thought of her.
Fair enough. I mean, nobody in the bathroom gang you have positive impressions of initially, except for Natsuki, obviously.
She's not. She's actually really bad with boundaries sometimes. But she tries really hard and listens and is starting to understand me pretty well. And she also talks about what things are like for her and why she does stuff. Plus, she's very nice. So we get along. So anyway, my bed is really nice to come to and feel like I have a time and a space that's just for me.
She'll be super good with boundaries, obviously.
So anyway, let her bring a few more boys to the dorm, right? So Yori, you watch. Hey, you know what? Double up. When she's bringing boys to the dorm, how about you bring MC over at the same time? Really have some fun. So Yori, we have a chair here for you. Dang. I'm just saying, they have options, you know? Ayami said she doesn't mind MC coming over. She also said she doesn't mind Sayori watching when she brings someone over. Why not double down? Have you other of this unknown if you can stop me? I'm not saying I would. Anything could be canon or might be a whim. And who would I be to restrain your creative chops? Why would I?
It feels restful.
As but it's meant to feel.
Yeah, but it really only felt that way recently for me.
I'd say Natsuki's correct, and really, this is a mental improvement poem, a genre I like seeing from you very much.
Me too. Your poetry feels a lot less... I guess I'd say the feel of it is a lot less hard and uncompromising. Reading your poems used to feel like running your hand along a piece of metal. It was kind of cold and didn't bend, and it was very beautiful, but now it's more flowy and ethereal somehow.
She's gotten more complex with her rhyme schemes and rhymes. They used to be very rigid. She's still very formal about her rhymes, but she's not afraid to change up the rhyme scheme in the middle of the poem. Or use slightly less hard actual rhyming. I think that's where that more flowy feeling comes from. Is that a choice you made on purpose, Sayori? Nope! Must just be a thing that's changed along with my brain.
I guess all our brains are always changing. If that's all the commentary for now, I'll go next. Eric, hello, how's it going? Eric, since you see I'm not in the room, I'm merely words on a screen. That you are. How dare you be just reduced to words on a screen? But yeah, Eric, hope you're well. Welcome to the Dokies. Alright, MC poem. Fashion. Every day I have to choke myself. Apparently, it's the only correct way. I take a piece of cloth and pull it to my trachea each day. Who the hell's idea was this? Shirts for top, pants for bottom, a jacket to keep you warm. But just to add some snaz, your necks need fasteners on them. One way only can they be worn, preposterously tightly. Because if it were comfortable, how fashionable could it be? Gee, I think someone really doesn't like the school uniform. I guess someone really doesn't like the school uniform. And who can blame him? Wait, you actually? No, you're not actually, right? Eric, you're joking, right? Please don't get my hopes up. I know you're just thinking of it, but still. Like, who could blame... Yeah, who could blame him here? Like, who? Everybody hates uniforms, but seriously, Eric. I'm just saying, if you're doing this, you would make me the happiest person on earth. Possibly. On the other hand, please don't feel pressure to do it. I know that is, again, I have to counter this. Obviously, it's obvious that how happy I would be, but please don't feel pressure to do this just because I brought it up in the past. But also please do, but also please don't feel forced, but also, I'm in a weird position here, because I really, really, really do not want to pressure anyone into doing something that they don't absolutely feel like they want to do. So only do it if you really, really, really feel like you want to do it. On the other hand, know that I would be happy. And I really shouldn't talk about it too much, because I will just be contradicting myself over and over, because I'm fighting this eternal conflict of, I really want to see it, and I also don't want to force anyone to do anything. And the more I talk about it, the more this conflict will fight, so I will move on from this conversation, but we could potentially chat in DMs if you ever want to know, like, what songs I could particularly see myself having in a code mix. Obviously, I would also be open to surprises, naturally, and the base game tracks are a must. I say a must, like I'm already... Yeah, no, I'm moving on from this conversation, because otherwise I just feel like I'm gonna be gushing about this for a while, if it were to happen. But really, I do appreciate just the thought alone already. The thought alone is already much appreciated, even if it doesn't happen, okay? Just know this.
I am surprised to hear that you hate ties so much. I suppose our ties are much more loose than yours.
Yeah, guys' ties have to be pulled up basically right to the neck. Or they're supposed to. Me, I try to wear mine as loose and low as they let me get away with, but still. I hate the way they feel. Worst accessory ever. The fact that they are mandatory for guys in basically every context is the worst. A must. That isn't the point of character mixes in the first place. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, hey, you already have one track for the code mix. You already have the byte code mix, technically. It's just, that is definitely a track that can already be repurposed. Hooray. Ties are the actual devil. I am happy I have not been in any real position where formal dress code like that is a problem. Again, like, that is not a problem I've ever had. Like, job interviews, what's that? like, when it came to me, like, I'm in the position where people, where whenever I walk around, it's like a case of, okay, I can't say too much about where what I work as currently, at least I don't want to get into it right now. I will just say this, I have not had job interviews the way you might expect. For me, it's always been the other way around. Whereas potential future employers sat me down and talked to me one-on-one to explain how nice it would be to have me on the team. And then I was like, okay, I'll come back to you and I'll see if I choose you as my future employer. So I never had this kind of problem. And currently, like, with my boss, it's another thing of, like, very informal stuff. Like, even the way I talk to my boss, we talk very informally. Constantly. Like, in Germany especially, you have normally this thing where you have formal speech. You have formal and informal ways of addressing people. It's the way that there's two ways of saying you in German. There's two ways of saying you. There's the casual speech, where we use the word du, and there's the formal speech, which is normally always necessary when you don't know a person or you talk to someone who's, you know, above you in terms of employment or anything, where you say Sie. And yeah, no, I'm on the du base with my boss and everyone in the team, so I like being informal. It is much nicer when you don't have to constantly be formal and constantly watch where you step and stuff. But yeah. Ties are basically just nooses that people wear. Now ain't that something? Ain't that a line? And hey, talking about a noose, and when we're playing DDLC, my, how topical. Sayori can relate. Unfortunately. But yeah, 4 years is a long time, seriously. A very, very long time.
You look so handsome with a tie, though. Although, you also look handsome without a tie. The poem was good. I like the implication that they had to be uncomfortable or else they wouldn't be fashionable. How did ties get invented anyway? It's a long story. Suffice to say, much more complicated version was made fashionable in the royal court centuries ago, and then evolved to be a little less ornate and a little more comfortable every day. So cheer up, MC. Ties could be a lot worse, you know.
Easy for you to say.
Fuyuki hated ties too, although I think part of it was that it made her feel guy-like. A little bit after she came out to me, she was like, I just realized I never have to wear a tie again. She was so happy.
Almost a year, yeah, we aren't closing in on that year. time flies. In all honesty, time flies way too quickly sometimes. I would be too.
Well, hey, consider becoming a girl then. You wouldn't have to wear ties, and you'd probably rock a skirt really well, MC. And you would also learn that girls' fashion has terrible shit about it too. The pockets alone, I'm not even gonna talk about bras.
You know what? Let them see wear the girl's uniform for a day. Just to see. Would indisputably rock a skirt. You know what I'm down for? Aren't there are sometimes like these kind of events, I don't know, where like, I remember when I went to school, we had like, especially close to graduation, we had a week of, you know, theme days and everything. For each day we would dress accordingly. I wouldn't be surprised if eventually, again, that would imply commissioning sprites, but a theme day where the boys and the girls in the school switch uniforms for a day. I'd be down for it. I'd like to see MC rocking the girl's uniform. With the skirt and everything. Hey, on a positive note, you wouldn't have to wear a tie for it. You know? But yeah.
Well, let's just go ahead and get mine out of the way, I guess. Kinda sucks this week.
Well, let's see what we got. The taking recipe. When I follow a recipe, I expect results. Tablespoon of salt, tablespoon of sugar, cup of this, cup of that. Mix, proof, bake. And then you have a cake. This one's not too weird. Wet the dries and then mix. Then blast on high heat until no longer moist. But now I have less. I'm missing a dress. And always 3 socks, or 1, but never 2. And that's gotta be odd. Most damage it can do. Gee, I will bring the sock back up in a way. But I see.
Oh, I get it. It's a laundry poem. Like how the dryer always eats your socks.
Exactly right, Sayori. No matter what you do, you will always lose stuff to the laundry machines.
Revenge of the sock, it returns.
I like this one. You're totally right about always losing odd numbers of socks, though.
Oh my god, a raid! Hello! Hello, hello, hello! Darkness Play, I hope I said that correctly. Thank you for the raid! How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome! What were you up to? What were you playing? Were you also doing DDLC, maybe modded, or were you up to something else? I'm very curious. Please, please, let me know. Yeah, there's the shout out. I hope you're well. If you got a raid and run, that's totally understandable. Please practice proper post-stream care and everything. That is important. Absolutely. But yeah, I hope you had a fun stream. No matter what it was that you played. But if it was DDLC, how topical. My friend Kay. Me over, looking forward to seeing your stuff. Oh! Hi, Kirel. Hello. We meet again. You'll never guess who. Gee, I wonder who. I wonder who this friend could be. Why, I appreciate the recommendation. Never finished Doki Doki. Interesting. Interesting. Well, be aware this has spoilers because this is a DDLC mod that actually kind of takes place after the game would take place. But yeah, what were you playing then? Or were you not playing? Were you doing art maybe? I don't know. Please enlighten me what you were up to. I'm curious now. But yeah, one thing you have to expect when you're here, when it comes to visual novels, I try to do voices for the characters. I'm not saying my voices are good. Some people occasionally do tell me my voices are good. I kind of disagree, but I'll take what I can get. Start but can't finish DDLC for very understandable reasons. Fair. Some people also don't finish it because eventually they think, okay, this is just a generic dating visual novel and whatever, and then they kind of fall off before they get to the big twist. And again, as you said, some people end at the first big twist, which is also fair. Playing Sonic Racing Cross World, and I was also playing while running. Oh, my car won't move unless I kick my feet. Interesting! Slow you down. Voice actor looking forward to hearing what you got. Oh no! Oh no, now the pressure is on. I hate it. But yeah, that sounds interesting. Definitely sounds like an experience. I hope you weren't getting too tired from it. Again, post-stream care is important in that case.
You're totally right about always losing an odd number of socks, though. That always happens to me.
If I go look under your bed right now, how many socks would I find?
Who knows?
I like it. It's a playful poem, not as biting as usual. It's pretty light.
That better not be an insult.
It's not, I promise. I'm a fan of the poem.
As am I. I appreciate the baking analogy. It makes sense that Natsuki would be displeased by something that involves so much alchemy, so to speak, while leaving you with something less than you started with.
Yes, that's it exactly. All the heat and moisture and moving groups of things from one container to another. There should be something awesome at the end of it. And clean clothes are good, just not awesome. And then throw in that you often lose a piece or two and just,
Did you write this poem because of anything specifically laundry related that happened to you recently?
Gee, I wonder what they could be implying.
No, nothing like that. This was, just generic. Generic laundry problems.
Oh god, my throat is still drying out. I guess I really haven't recovered. I get too used to you. Bad, no clue. Also fair, you know what? Sometimes you get, after a while, you would get used to it. And to be fair, I often fall into using the same kinds of voices because I only have so many voices I can do, especially for female characters.
I assume there's some interesting Natsuki laundry horror story there.
Nope, my laundry has been very uneventful, normal even.
Although Natsuki looks incredibly suspicious, I assure you that the underlying incident is incredibly prosaic. Nothing terribly interesting. I was just curious is all. Shall I conclude for us now?
Alright, Yuri poem. Handle with care. It's a great voice. Be nicer to yourself. Ah, thank you. Still, I am among the many people who still find the sound of their own voice grating, and especially when I try to do extra voices, it's just so much more of that. Handle with care. While a book rests on a shelf, nestled vertically amongst its fellows, 3 ways there are to take it out. First, 1 or 2 fingers along the head. The slick block of paper at the top, just where it meets the headband. Downward pressure at an angle, until the book tilts, protruding like a bird looking around a corner. But that can bend the spine and stain the tops of the pages as you run your hand along them. Second, to slick your fingers pincer-like between the book and its neighbors, pulling it out without lifting your hand or claw, but that can scuff the bottom as you drag it along the shelf when you move the book often. So first you must pincer the book and lift it up so slightly an elevation and support the bottom cover with the offhand. Then only do you slide it out, pulling with one hand, guiding with the other, as you would anything else precious. Alright. I see. Well, that is definitely a daily activity for the bookworm of the literature club. You know, if you're already in a literature club and then you have a resident bookworm, that they are a true enjoyer of literature.
That is some severe OCD levels of caretaking for picking up books, babe. It's incredibly adorable and I love you a lot.
It is sometimes hard for me to understand what you see in me, but thank you, beloved.
I didn't know that books had anatomy words like headband and head. I guess I knew about spine before, but I never heard the other words.
Yes, every part of the book has its name. The top, including the block of paper when closed, is the head, and the other side is the tail. The front edge of paper is the foredge, and so forth.
I see.
Managed to get a paper cut on my toe once. Was there a lot of paper lying around the floor or something? Paper cut on your toe, that does not seem like something that would come up a lot. Like the scenario that would cause that.
I see. I'm glad to have learned that. Some pleasingly literary information from the literature club.
I like the time scope of this one. Everybody else wrote about stuff that takes a while. Sayori's is about sleep, Natsuki's is about laundry, Monika's is about taking out trash, and mine is about wearing a tie. All that stuff takes a while, but yours is about this very short moment in time, maybe 1 or 2 seconds. I really like the way it focuses in on the detail of that moment. Plus, it's always a good day whenever I understand exactly what Yuri's talking about. I really feel like I get this poem.
Yeah! What I like most is the feeling of care that goes into it. It's really obvious that Yuri loves the books a lot. I think it's super cute how she treats them like precious objects.
They are precious objects.
Yeah, I agree. I don't do a very good job at treating them like it, though.
Well, hopefully my poem can provide a guide on how to do so when removing them from shelves. Thanks for the lovely feedback, everyone.
Email time! Now I do wonder. Spinne, I don't think we've seen your email yet. I think, probably. And my second email is still floating around somewhere in the void. So let's see what we got.
Alright, everyone. Alright, well...
I already went into the catchphrase, even though she didn't say the catchphrase.
Alright, well, if that's all the poems, let's get set up for emails. Am I centered, MC?
Yes, you're fine.
Don't forget that you can email us questions at lit.club.press.monica@gmail.com. Every week we take some time to answer a few viewer questions we get via email. Just give me and Sayori a minute to set up and we'll be right back with you. We're all set up now!
Guess I'll do the honors since I rarely get to be president during these. Let's see the first one, Bun. Alright. Kind of a long one. Give us a second to read it. Oh boy, lots of reading here. Do any of you not remember anything you have written in the past, like poems in your case? This might be my last email, just for playing the game less and doing more in my life. Don't worry about a darker reason or anything, lol. But I just wanted to say, I feel a little bad for previous emails and the weird fact I barely even remember them. Like, they were so long ago to me, despite only being like 2 years at most. I know the emails were definitely me, but after time passes I don't remember writing or saying the things I did. I feel like a different person in a way too. Admittedly, I really got into DDLC in a more lonely time of my life, graduating high school right as COVID hit us as well. But now I have found people, not IRL, but even just online, doing game nights and stuff, and it's helped my confidence a bit too. Has anybody else experienced this odd feeling of repression, I guess it would be? Or making things feel longer than they were and changing a lot? I know now I'll most likely feel the same seeing this one again, since it's always different in the moment. And I've heard people who said they forgot or regret writing fan fiction in middle school or YouTube comments or something, and now the same feeling happened to me again. But it's crazy to think of how our human brains work and change so much. Sorry if this doesn't make sense, but I felt a bit of regret for saying dark things in the past I don't even remember, because it was a time of self-discovery. But you did incredibly help me, and I hope everyone in the club and the people behind it all continue well for making my favorite mod I've done. It is a very good mod, and a long one. I mean, I do forget sometimes about writing particular things or doing particular stuff from long ago. Not sure if that's quite what's going on with you, though.
It's a little different for us since we sort of have a perfect archive of everything we've ever done or said, at least we've done and said while you're here. I certainly don't tend to forget many of the poems I write.
I definitely forget some of mine.
But I'm more forgetful in general, I think.
Plus, my therapist says that sometimes having problems like I do disrupts the functioning of your memory. Maybe something like that is what's going on with you. I don't know if you have any problems like mine, though.
I would suggest that if the memory issues seem normal to you, not to worry too much about it. We are all constantly changing into different versions of ourselves, reacting to the wreck of a past self with non-recognition or even revulsion is fairly normal.
Past cringe. We all know it well.
Yes, we do not worry too much, so do not worry too much. But if it is to an extent that troubles you, perhaps see a doctor. And do not try to guess. Such would be my advice. Beloved, do you have anything else to add?
Nope.
Let's bring up the next one then. Alright, let's see. Your player enters the world and ends up in the at a residential area. Would you be able to tell anyone new has come up in the simulation? Let alone the user. I think this one's probably meant for Monica.
I guess it depends on a few things. I don't know about the hypothetical. If they get a CHR file, I definitely know. I'd notice that even if I wasn't paying any attention at all. This is all assuming I am the club president at the moment, of course. If I wasn't, I wouldn't know anything. Even if you bumped into me on the street, I'd just assume you were a normal person if I weren't the president. Now, if I was, and you didn't have a character file, it all depends. Was the camera on you when you entered our world? I would probably notice that. If it wasn't, does the camera linger on you at all? Is the fact that you came from the real world causing any unusual system issues? If so, I'd probably know. But if not, I'd really have no way of knowing about you. You'd just be another character in the simulation. You'd have to come find me.
Ow.
You'd have to come find me and tell me where you were from the real world.
It says welcome, welcome Blakey Jr.? Is that what that says? But yeah, addressing you, just welcoming you.
And even then I'd have to consider if that were really true. After all, 5 people other than me know about the real world, and it's possible they could get some people to prank me.
Whoa, not even I would do that. Besides being mean, it seems sorta irresponsible.
Yeah, it would be irresponsible. We really need to keep the truth of our existence a secret. We especially shouldn't break our cover for the sake of a prank. But anyway, if you weren't a CHR file person and I didn't see you otherwise, yeah, you'd have to come find me. I'd probably believe you, especially if you knew a bunch of stuff about our game. It would be awfully nice to talk to you about it and not through a menu. But anyway, I hope that answers your question.
Sayori, if you would.
Right away, handsome man.
Hello, this is Robbie. I read some other emails of you reviewing poetry and figured you could review this one. I wrote this on a whim when I tried to write something down to remember it. Then my mind wandered, which led to me making this poem. Hope you enjoyed and let me know what you think of it. Time for a poem review. Robbie. This wouldn't happen to be our very own Rob Master, would it? If Rob was here, I could ask him. Looks like this one has 2 parts. Let's see the first one. That's him! It is! Got him. Well, let's see what Rob wrote for us, huh? Dreams. I wonder if this is a poem. Oh god. It might be a poem he shared before, but I don't know. I guess maybe I'll recognize it as I read it, but I might not. I also have horrible memory sometimes. Alright, dreams. Dreams. They're magical, aren't they? A place to escape to. Dreams. Where nothing can hurt you. In this home, away from home. Dreams. Can be so fun. When everything gets too tough. Dreams are wonderfully easy. It has to be easier than living. Dreams are always happy, the best parts of life. Dreams are all that's left in this void we call life. Everyone finished reading?
Looks like everyone is.
Last part, dreams. And once they're gone, there's nothing left. Dreams. I wish I could stay within them forevermore. Dreams. There has to be a way to stay within these dreams. Dreams. I found the way to stay in the best part of life. Dreams. And after this, I'll be able to stay within them forevermore. You'll definitely know it's mine even when you read it, you know. I do kind of know you, don't I? Where was Rob as of late? Oh, he shows up occasionally, but he did post on Discord that he will likely not be able to make it to streams as much currently, so yeah. And if everyone's finished reading it, the author wanted to know what we think of it.
It kinda seems like a suicide poem.
Rob, you want to tell us something?
I would know. I'm gonna assume you aren't in any immediate danger, though. I know how annoying it can be when people don't assume that. I immediately get your idea and the terrible bittersweet feeling of it, and that's good. It's a well-made poem. If I had to provide a critique, it would maybe be tighter about rhymes and meter. It can really add a sense of impact to a poem like this. It doesn't work for everyone, but Yuri's poems are usually better. Yuri poems are usually better without that stuff because they're more prosy. But this poem feels like it wants to have a structure. Try and see how you like it. I like the device of starting every line with dreams, but when you use a device like that, consider it carefully. Some of the lines don't really make use of the dreams that they start with. Like for instance, you have at the end here dreams, and after this I'll be able to stay within them, which is a perfectly fine line. But the dreams might as well not be there for all they contribute, you see. It's just there to stay consistent with prior lines. If I were to write a poem that started every line with dreams, I'd make them all track that word very carefully. Of course, I'm somewhat overly detail-oriented about the meaning of every word in my poem. But I think it adds a lot of prosody.
I do like the resonance of the word dreams reoccurring. My favorite line is the one that says dreams. There has to be a way to stay within these dreams. It sounds appropriately desperate. Like Sayori said, I totally get the poem. It did a fantastic job getting across the feeling of it.
As the others note, I do feel quite so bound by formalism in poetry, but I do agree that if you are going to use a device such as the one you are using, you should commit to it. It must be fully integrated and indeed add meaning. But that said, I think the poem is quite nice, somewhat depressing of course, but as the others note, it comes across quite well.
It is kind of a downer. If I wanted to hit someone with the I don't want to be awake anymore thing, I'd probably save it until the end. Probably make him think it was about some happier topic until at the end I do the reveal. But this is valid too. It kinda lets you see it coming the whole time. Gives you kind of a slow sinking feeling, which is good if that's what you were going for. Solid poem, I'd say.
Hope that helps. Let's bring up a new one. Yo! What's up? This is a question for everybody. What would you rate each other out of 10? Oh man. What do we think of this one? I guess it means all of us plus Miss Ida and Ria? Or at least that's probably what we should limit it to. We could also just pass on this one, or...
Maybe let's answer them privately one by one so the others don't hear. If that's okay, fine with me.
Same.
I have no objections.
Well, you all go ahead, but I think I don't want to answer this. I don't like to reduce women to numbers. Especially not Sayori, who is perfect. Well, that just means she's a 10 out of 10 then. Or 11 out of 10.
Would that make her a 10?
She's way better than a 10.
Alright, get out of the way, son. Enough of this heteronormative schmaltz. It's time for sapphic schmaltz. I'm ready for it.
If the rest of you would, you know, go where you can't hear me.
But I want to hear your sapphic schmaltz.
Later. He's hot out of 10. Gotta have the sapphic schmaltz. It's important. It is essential for us to hear this.
Okay, they're all gone. First, don't be shocked by any of these. My grading scale is harsher than you might be used to. Like, if you're a 6, you are a good-looking person. Because you're higher than 5. Anyway, speaking of 6, Ria comes in at like a solid 6.5. She's absolutely adorable, everyone knows it. Not higher, but not lower. Sayori is at about a 7. She's also adorable in a scruff her hair up kind of way. She could bring it up if she put some more effort into her appearance. Me, I talk a lot of shit, but really I'm a 5.5 or a 6 generously.
Wow, really bringing herself down here, huh?
I'm just okay looking, really, not ugly or anything, but definitely way less attractive than everyone else in the club.
So she thinks.
That's not me being down on myself, by the way, that's just facts. Miss Ida is also at about a 7, but in a different way from Sayori. More of a mature woman thing going on, I'm sure you understand. You're still engaging with literature club content after all, so there's like a 65% chance you're a degenerate of some kind.
Oh no. I'm sorry, but you got me pegged here. It's true. Very degenerate. I'm not denying it. Doki Doki Fashion Club? Hell no, Natsuki's way hotter than Sayori and Yuri. So says another degenerate. Expect you. Yes. That. Yeah, no, I refuse to dwell on that topic any longer. Because if I dwell on that topic, I'd have to consider whether or not I would be so inclined as to have a positive experience with that. Because I don't know, and I'm not sure I want to know if I would have that as a positive experience or not. I can neither confirm nor deny.
Anyway, that brings us to Monica. Monica is definitely a step up, more like an 8. Other people would probably rank her higher. I don't know, maybe she's just not my type. But she's obviously very conventionally attractive. Most people would probably have her pretty far up there. MC's a 9. I know, you probably think I'm weird for it. I don't know. It's just something about him. He's not like normal handsome like Kenzo is, I guess. He's just so cute in like a scrunkly way, you know? Maximum scrumble bob. If you know what that means, if you don't know what that means, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, that brings me to Yuri. I probably don't even need to say it, but like, dude, holy fuck, have you seen her? Holy fuck. She's obviously a 10. She's the 10est 10 there is. And I'm not just saying that because she's my girlfriend. I always thought that about her, even if I didn't always admit it. But that's why I went out and got her, you know? So, you can't have her, she's mine. Go find a different anime waifu, nerd. Anyway, on that note, let's bring in someone else. Hey, you, get in here, get in there.
Alright. This is a little awkward. MC is a 6. Fairly average looking boy, but fairly cute.
You picked the word. None to blame. I guess I did pick that word specifically. Natsuki and Monica 10, so Yuri and Yuri 6 at best. Wow, really? I think I'd rate Sayori a bit higher than that. Should I really go through the list as well? Honestly, let's think about it. Monica... It's hard. You know how I feel about Natsuki, right? You know how I feel about Natsuki. I like her as a character. The question is, do I rate her looks a perfect 10 out of 10? She's adorable, absolutely adorable, but is she adorable enough to warrant a perfect 10 out of 10 score?
I think I'd rate her maybe... Ooh, it's tough. I think... maybe a 9? With Monica being like an 8.5, I'm also gonna be like a little bit more strict here. Now Yuri, I don't know, she's just not my type. Honestly, I've never been too fond of the massive badonkers. I think I go by either flat is justice or medium is premium. So I have to say Yuri's bigger chest size is actually a downgrade in my mind, which is why maybe I agree with you having her at a 6. But I would definitely have Sayori at like a 7 or a 7.5. As for MC, that's a tough one. Honestly, I think I'd rate him similarly to Sayori. Maybe when Sayori's a 7.5, maybe I'd have MC as a 7. No, I think he also deserves a 7.5, honestly. And spend time with me, she's a 10. That is instructing, great shape, just with terrible luck. I get you. I have absolutely no game. Partially because I'm too scared to even attempt anything, ever. That is my problem. That is why I am forever alone. Because I am too scared to even try. But hey. At least I know I'm not alone. Oh, how relatable that is. You know, as vain as that might sound, but I don't think I'm particularly bad looking. I don't think I'm a particularly bad looking person. Like, would I consider myself drop dead gorgeous? No. But I don't think I'm bad looking either. I think if I tried, I could maybe get with someone. But I am always too afraid to do it. But trying can be costly. Yeah, it can be, certainly. Maybe I should really try to put myself out there, though. I really should. But good looking, I know there are at least some people out there who would find me attractive. Well, there you go. Again, you gotta try, but at the same time, it's terrifying. It's terrifying to put yourself out there. Now then, let's see what Monica rates everyone in the club. So yeah,
MC is a 6, fairly average looking boy, but fairly cute. Ria is also somewhere around a 6. Don't tell Natsuki I said it, but she's about a 5, I think.
Wow, Monica. Really?
Fairly average in looks, though her personality is anything but. Misita's probably somewhere around an 8. She's really attractive. She should really be attracting guys left and right. Although on second thought, maybe she is and just doesn't hold on to them for any reason. Really, I'd say Yuri and Sayori are also 8s. Very different to each other. Yuri obviously has an amazing figure and an absolutely gorgeous face, not to mention her lovely hair. Sayori is pretty too, and the way she is contributes a lot to how you perceive her also. It's hard for me to explain, although I have a feeling you understand. Alright, someone else's turn.
Monica, fine. You'll go down to 6.1. Damn. Kinda rude. We're rating, however... I think we're mainly rating on looks, not personality. At least that was what my rating earlier was on. Rating Sayori 5, Monica 6, Yuri 5, Natsuki 5, MC 2. Wow, okay. MC very low. Interesting that you rate him so low. I think, like, as far as designs go, I think he pulls his look. Anyway,
Oh, that was fast.
I prefer to think of it as efficient. Who's next?
You go, Sayori.
Okay, this is easy. Everyone but one person is a 10. Natsuki's a 10, she's adorable. And she's really cute no matter what she says. And she has great fashion sense. Monica is also a 10. She's so pretty and she's so strong and athletic and I love her bow and her eyes are just right Her eyes just go right through you. Yuri's definitely a 10. She's so classy and elegant. And, well endowed.
Which again, from my point of view, is a little bit of a subtraction in points. Again, personal tastes. I'm increasingly hyped and cheering for every Sayori rating. It is true.
Ria's an obvious 10. She's just so smiley and happy and a beam of sunshine. I know people say that about me too, but it feels more true of her. Miss Ida's totally a 10. I love her blonde hair. Her face is so stunning. She makes you feel like she'd take really good care of you. Some guy is going to be very lucky. Anyway, that brings me to the only non-10. MC is like a 20, a 100, infinity. MC breaks the scale entirely.
Gee, I wonder why she feels that way.
It's extremely hard for me to talk about how hot MC is. Without embarrassing myself anyway. Or saying things I probably shouldn't. So, yeah. He's past a 10. Okay, bye. Your turn, Yuri.
Indeed. MC is a 4.
Wow! The immediate contrast! Rating MC low is unforgivable. I was rating based on being conversation partner. Ah, right, yeah. That's fair, that's fair. That's fair then. She's best girl, come on. Yeah, exactly, 100 out of 10. I agree with Sayori on MC, yo. Infinity out of 10. Didn't you hear Sayori? It's true, Sayori spoke the truth.
Do not misunderstand, he is a wonderful person. I am very grateful for his presence always. I simply do not understand him well. It may be down to difference between the male and female mind, I'm not sure, but I find him difficult to relate to on occasion, although I do feel comfortable in his presence. Sayori and Ria are both at about a 6. They are both very positive people, very energetic. Sayori, of course, sometimes has that positivity as a mere veneer, but it is usually genuine. I wonder if Ria is also hiding insecurity, or worse. Perhaps we should ask. No, that is probably unwise. It would be unwelcome, unless it were a crisis. But no, I am overthinking it, as usual. What was I talking about? Right, we were speaking of numbers, weren't we?
Yes. Notes I had while writing this Yuri segment, Yuri must not consider anything relating to actual appearance. Even though that is the main thing people were going for in the rating, I suppose.
Monika is about a 7. She and I have very much in common. We both value knowledge greatly, but there is an aspect of Monika's personality which is alien to me. I do not speak of what she did during the base game, although that had its part to play. But even without those events, Monika's mind can be very much like a machine, more than it actually is. There's part of her cold and metal, like an always ticking clock. It is interesting, but unknown to me and unknowable, so therefore, although I relate to her greatly, she does not go higher than a 7. Miss Ida is an 8. Of everyone I've ever met, I feel the greatest similarity with her, although we have many differences. But hers is a grand and beautiful mind. I admire it immensely. But it too is different in a way. It is difficult to describe how. There is a certain exuberance to Miss Ida that makes her quite different from me. Not that I am never exuberant.
I also like how Yuri is like, yeah, I feel I can relate a lot to Monika. And Monika did it efficiently, and here's Yuri going on and on about everyone. Yeah, they definitely have their solid differences in that department.
But I'm never exuberant, just exuberant in my own way. Like I said, it's hard to describe where the break is between our personalities, but there is one. And then there is Natsuki, who is, of course, a 10. This may be confusing, since she is the most different to me of all, and yet I feel I understand her so completely, and she me. We are so different that it makes the one easily perceived and understood by the other, like stark black against white. She is different in a way that is enthralling, exciting, and feels like it sparks life within me. And you may well ask, but then, once you explore all there is to know about her, will that not render her less interesting? And no, it would not. Each time I come back to some piece of her I already know, it is lovely and reassuring, like seeing the familiar streetlight near your home. And in any event, I don't think I'll ever know everything there is to know about Natsuki. She is marvelous and complex and ever-changing. She is the most interesting and lovely person I've ever known, and thus a 10.
In conclusion, the Literature Club is a land of contrasts. Indeed it is.
I will go fetch the others.
Oh, hey, did you rate me a 10?
Oh, of course I did.
Hell yeah.
Alright, let's head back in.
Do you have more emails today?
Yeah, a couple. Let's bring up the next one. I think I know who this is. Oh boy. Is it? Is it me? I think so. Okay. Clear my mind, clear my mind. This is mine, this is me. This has to be... Oh boy. Unless I am mistaken, but I am pretty sure. Just looking at the first line. Hey guys, I'm writing this after I finished the Season 3 collection. Glad to see you guys enjoying yourselves. I just wanted to ask more questions after seeing mine answered in the bunch of emails. Nope, never mind, it's not me. Mine weren't answered. It is not mine, haha. It's just another person who just recently caught up. Fair enough. Okay, so I don't have to mentally prepare myself. To answer MC's question from when he asked us players why are you still playing, my reason is pretty simple. 1. This game is a comfort game for me. Kind of ironic considering the game was a horror game before it became the world that you all live in now. A couple of years ago, I was going through one of the toughest times of my life so far, and was left terribly depressed as a result. But then came across this game and its fan-made story/mods. Long story short, this game became a way for me to cope with my life until I became strong enough to deal with my personal problems. I'm doing pretty well these days, but like Sayori, I do tend to get depressed every now and then, but that's something I'll have to live with. For Yuri's question, I didn't really feel weirded out when you were president, though I'm glad that you're giving your girlfriend more attention than us players. Please don't destroy us, Natsuki. We don't have a choice in the matter. But what's more weirder to me is the fact that I'm playing a modified version of a horror visual novel that came out over 6 years ago. I'm not complaining though, seeing what you guys get up to has been pretty enjoyable. Anyway, on to my questions. This person answered some of the questions we asked earlier on. I'll start. I totally understand it being a comfort game. I have tons of those myself. And comfort stories, and anime, and manga. I completely get it. It's weird to be that for you, but I get it. Hopefully we can get through these dark times, brother. Yuri, they answered your question about whether you weirded them out.
Yes, I see. I'm grateful for your reassurance. Natsuki certainly deserves the lion's share of my attention.
Correct?
I would not be too alarmed by playing a modded 6-year-old visual novel. I think it's lovely that we continue to thrive, and that from your perspective our story continues to be told. To me that seems quite natural. Now let's see about the rest of these questions you have.
For everyone, I graduated from high school this year and decided to go to college early next year. Only problem is that it's in a city. I live in a very small town in northern Canada, and moving to a place where I know absolutely no one is a bit daunting, so I was wondering if you guys could give me some tips on city life. Oh, city living! Yeah, it's hard to say what you need to know since I've never really lived in the country. It's probably pretty intimidating at first because it's so big and there are so many people. I guess I'd say just focus on the small area where you live and get to know just that area first. Know the places you need to know to get to class and stuff.
Yeah, we were lucky because our college is just a few kilometers from our school. We already knew the city, but what MC says makes a lot of sense. Just learn a small area and small area at first and work out from there. You don't have to get to know everyone at once. Try to build a couple friendly relationships with the people near you, like your classmates or hallmates or roommates or something. I guess don't try too hard to turn them into full friends, but just be friendly at first. I don't know though, I've never lived in the country either.
I don't know that any of us have. Miss Ida could probably answer this question better if she were here.
Does Miss Ida live in the country? I mean, I know she lives kinda outside the city, but does it really count as the country?
I would say so. It's very, very rural, even though it's not actually quite that far as the crowd flies from where we are. I would echo what your NPC said. It's just like any other overwhelming task. It becomes more manageable when you divide it up into small portions, focus on one thing at a time, like finding the best nearby grocery store, establishing a rapport with a reliable classmate who will relay assignments in exchange for you doing the same. It will probably help if you join an organization or activity with regularly scheduled meetings of people. It will help you build relationships even if you're not normally social. I obviously speak with some experience.
I don't really have anything to add to all that, Monica.
Don't forget to take advantage of all the perks of city living. Get out there and have new experiences. Go out and eat at a restaurant that's open nearby at 2 a.m. Check out the nightlife. Just walk around the downtown area and see what's interesting to you. I love cities. They have so many wonderful things in them in such a small area. So my advice would be to get out there and see what there is to offer.
Alright, let's keep it moving. For MC, best girl in my opinion. Fair. I'm glad that we both agree that Sumire is best girl. What was this about? Persona, I think, right? Honestly, the third semester part of Social Links is so freaking adorable. It's tragic that she doesn't become a party member until very late into the game. It is about Persona 5. I remember that you once said you played Deep Rock Galactic. You've been playing any more since then? Also, who's your main? I myself have been addicted to playing Driller lately. I've only been playing around a year, but since then I've been hooked. The gameplay is so good and co-op is great. And since you're into management games, have you ever tried Frostpunk? It's honestly one of the most goated games I've ever played. And if you haven't tried it, I highly recommend it. There's also a sequel coming out for it soon, and needless to say, I'm pretty hyped for it to come out. Also, which is it? Also, Futaba best girl. Agreed with Spinne. 3 questions here. Well, the first one isn't really a question. It's probably pretty obvious why I like Sumire. She reminds me of someone else I know I really like. I actually haven't been playing a lot of Deep Rock lately, even though I absolutely love it. I play all the classes pretty equally, but I tend to play Scout and Engineer most often. But yeah, I've been doing... been doing Helldivers 2 instead of Deep Rock, actually. And I'd never thought I'd say this, but I actually think it beats out Deep Rock for me as a PvE shooter. It's really good. Yeah, I have played Frostpunk, although I keep starting it and then not getting very far into it. Not sure why. Like, it's a city builder, but it's very wait, I actually need to advance. But it's very unforgiving, that. I know this is just me having skill issues. Relatable. But it feels like there's basically only one right way to play it. And I don't know what the right strategy is. And I'm not dumb, I promise. I play some pretty tough strategy games. But so far, I've not mastered Frostpunk. Not done trying yet, though. Now, let's hand it over to all of the other girls, whether or not I'm the best girl. For Natsuki, since I'm leaving my town soon, I thought it would be a good time to pick up some new hobbies. Baking is something I've always had an interest in, so I thought I'd ask you for any tips for baking bread, for making icing, for cakes. I had a bit of trouble making both in the past. Also, any recipes that I should challenge myself with eventually. I still appreciate your godlike humor, by the way. Oh, hi, Neon. Sumire is great. I haven't touched it for so long. I mean, you can always touch the game again. It doesn't run away. Also, hi.
Baking bread and making cakes, huh? Bread isn't too difficult, but it can be tricky at first. The main tip I'd give you is take your time. Don't rush it, especially when it comes to proofing the dough. Let it sit and be patient. There are a lot of ways to go wrong, but rushing is the easiest one, or at least it was for me. Anyway, other than that, just follow directions very, very carefully. Not much more to say than that, without doing a whole bread recipe. And the time hath not yet come for baking with Natsuki 3. For icing, I'm gonna give you 2 things that screwed me up the most when I was trying to do icing on cakes. First of all, do not overbeat the icing. It is really easy to do so. If you overbeat it, you'll get too much air in there. and then it won't spread as smoothly. And it'll have to be a bunch of visible, it'll have a bunch of visible air pockets when you spread it, and it'll be more work to smooth it out. Gigantic pain in the ass. The second tip is to make sure the underlying cake is cold when you spread icing on it. It helps to put it in the fridge or something. Makes it a little harder, which makes it a better canvas to paint your icing on. If it's room temperature or worse, warm, it's like you're trying to paint on a sponge. Like, you can do it technically, but it's just so much harder. Chill out the cake before you ice it. Anyway, that's what I got for you. Good luck, bud.
For Yuri, how do you deal with anxiety that comes up when you meet new people? Since I live in a small town where everyone basically knows each other, you could imagine that I don't really have many opportunities to meet new people. Any advice is appreciated. Thanks for answering my questions again. Hope you have a good time in college, Jake.
Me?
Yeah, it's the last question of this one.
It's difficult to be sure. I generally try to resort to formality and politeness, although I'm told I am too polite and formal, which makes people find me inaccessible, but that is just my personality. Hopefully you are not as anxious about it as I am. Meeting new people is an interchange, taking of turns to share and learn information. I've observed that people will usually offer some personal knowledge on the topic under discussion, which in turn leads the interlocutor to offer some of their personal knowledge about the anecdote offered by the first person. Something like, yes, I'm into history of Okinawa myself. I took a trip there last year, although I left the American village most of all unexpectedly. And then the other person will say, the American village, I've never been, but I've heard about it. I love American food myself, so I'd be very interested. And then the first person says, a connoisseur of American food, what is your favorite kind? Oh, hamburgers, certainly. Do you like them? Yes, I especially like those with barbecue sauce. And so on. You make it a game where you try to learn as much as you can from the other person while sharing approximately an equal amount about yourself. And you both mutually lead each other into topics you might both be interested in to discuss.
Now I'm actually getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. And burgers sound good. But I don't think I have anything at home right now to make burgers on the fly, especially because that would take a hot minute. Very normal conversation example, Yuri. Thank you. Very normal. Man, honestly, when the stream is over, I'm immediately heading to the kitchen to make something to eat. Absolutely. Also, drinking a lot. Eating and drinking. So again, as sad as it is, this stream has brought back my sore throat that was actually gone. I thought my sore throat was completely gone, but this stream has officially brought it back. Hopefully it'll be fine again tomorrow.
You both mutually lead each other into topics you might both be interested to discuss. Does that make sense? My apologies if this seems very basic to you. It is a common knowledge for most people, I think. But I do not have quite so much experience with it. And if you're as anxious as I, perhaps it will be helpful. Thank you for your query and good luck on your new adventure.
Alright, last email for the day coming up. Alright. Hi everyone, first time asking a question here, even though I've been playing for a while. MC, how have you and Sayori been doing? Anything new? Sayori, how's everyone's favorite little cinnamon bun doing? Beat depression yet? Yuri, any book recommendation you have for me? I'm running out of things to read from my shelf. Natsuki, if you could change one thing about yourself, what would it be? Miss Ida, who's not part of these meetings anymore. How has the love life been? I hope you find something to love too. If not, I'll have to. Monica, if you were able to find an exit out of that world, would you take it? There is a downside though, you'll leave everyone in there and you can't get them out. Sorry for deep question. Everyone, if you ever wanted to be trapped, or I guess willingly trapped in an anime, what anime would it be? Hope everyone is having a fantastic day, see ya.
One of those bits with a piece for each of us.
The very last one we've already answered actually, a long while ago. Don't blame me for forgetting. Yuri said Nonon Biori, Natsuki said JoJo, so Yuri said High School of the Dead, Monica said Kaguya-sama, and I said Steins Gate. I think back then I hadn't actually watched Kaguya-sama. I think back when the question was first answered, I hadn't watched Kaguya-sama. I have obviously done so now, and I absolutely loved the show. But yeah. It's definitely a callback. The rest of these are pretty new though, I think. I'll start since the first one is for me. We've been doing great. Honestly, things are not that different really, other than we're away from our parents and trying to figure out how to live on our own. But since we rely on each other a lot, that means we spend even more time together. A lot of time we're in our room, since I have a single room with no roommate. Ayami's really nice and tolerant, but we don't like to bother her.
If she was pissed at you, she probably wouldn't say so. Wouldn't say so too.
Yeah, I get that vibe from her sometimes. So we try to be respectful of her space. But mostly, we also spend a lot of time walking around near the college and seeing what else there is to see. Sayori's doing a lot better than she used to, and she has a lot more mental energy than she used to, which is really cool. It's been really nice to see her be able to enjoy herself more. Not that she's completely cured or anything, but, well, I guess that's a good segue onto the next part of your question.
Hi, emailer. I'm doing better, like MC said. Haven't beat depression yet, though. When we were moving in, I really drained myself pretty badly. Plus, with everything being new and different, it really left me pretty wide open. I felt really bad, but I'm doing a lot better right now. In general, I'm feeling better more of the time. I guess I'd say my lows are still just about as low as they've ever been, but my highs are higher, and I can avoid being low more of the time. Does that make sense? Anyway, I've been enjoying it a lot. I try not to worry myself too much about the next time I'm going to feel really bad. Just try to enjoy what I have until the doom comes, you know? Like life.
Deeply unsettling, Sayori, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me see this question for me. I am disappointed in you, emailer. That you would ask this question speaks a troubling lack of knowledge of me and my character as a human. Simulation, whatever, you know what I mean. But anyway, to answer your question, nothing. I would change absolutely nothing. I am fantastic the exact way I am. I am what I need to be. Nothing at all.
Yet you didn't rate yourself perfectly on the scale of 1 to 10. Interesting. You didn't rate yourself perfectly, yet you wouldn't change anything to improve yourself. You know what? I can respect that.
Natsuki out. Okay, this next one? Why'd you kiss me?
Oh, I'm sorry, that was just very attractive.
No making out in the literature club. So this next one is from Miss Ida. I'm texting her. And now we wait. She's probably busy. Although usually she wouldn't be so busy that she couldn't answer text right now. I wonder what she's doing.
Maybe she just doesn't want to answer a question about how her love life is going.
Let's come back to this one, maybe. Oh wait, this next part is still for me. I shouldn't have stepped away. If I had to leave everyone behind, could I, like, communicate with them still? Could I go back in and spend time with everyone at will, and then come back out again?
I believe the call of this question is that you leave, enter the real world, and never interact with us again.
This is difficult. I'm not sure what I'd do. I love you, and I love everyone in this room. It's okay, Monica, we understand! Thanks, Sayori. This is a hard choice you've put on me. Sorry, I'm not sure I even know the answer to this one. Or would know it until I was actually presented with it. Miss Ida got back to me. She says her love life is going well enough.
Ooh, that means things are going well.
Do you think she's still seeing that one guy?
Totally, she was way into him. No way would things be going well unless it was still that guy.
Didn't you have to go long distance or something?
Oh, right.
Maybe that's why it's well enough and not really well.
If things were going really well, would she even tell us?
Probably not. Oh. Alright, enough Miss Ida gossip. That's all the emails, and I think we're done with the club for now. There's a couple things left. First, presidency vote. I move that MC be restored as member-at-large of the Literature Club and Monica be restored as president.
Never enough Miss Ida gossip. I'm sure we'll get more in the next episode. I'm sure.
Seconded, any opposed? The motion passes.
Man, that really is a feeling of relief.
Right?
Before anyone goes, let me hand out a poem topic. I thought about this one for a while. Write an ode to something normally considered bad or ugly. Hopefully that'll get our creative juices flowing a little bit. Okay, I'm off. I have a date to prepare for.
So, what's everyone else's plans for the evening?
Just going home, I think. I need to study and relax. It has been something of a long day.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll probably just come home too and chill with you, babe.
I will be studying. As you should too. College will be more manageable if you stay ahead in your classes.
Yeah, you're probably right. Anyway, I'm gonna grab a bite to eat and go home. You wanna come with me, babe?
I am not particularly hungry at the moment. I will see you back in the room.
Cool.
So, do you need to study or...
Now we can spend some time together.
Yay!
My place as usual.
Actually, Ayami said she'll be out for a while tonight, getting coffee with friends. So we could stay in my place for a change if you want.
Yeah, that sounds fun. You can give me the grand tour.
It won't be much of a tour. I just show you around my half of the room. And you know about most of the stuff already. Although Ayami probably wouldn't mind if I showed you her side too. She's friendly like that.
Wow, I get to see both halves of a room. That is a lot. Really getting the royal treatment thanks to you, Bun.
Anything for my prince.
You wanna get something to eat first?
Yes!
Let's go then. Maybe we can catch up to Natsuki on the way there if you want.
Okay, good idea.
Date, date, date. No, never mind, we're going back to Miss Ida first.
It's unlocked.
Here we go.
Hi, Miss Ida.
Hi, Ria. Thanks for coming after school. I know you're probably pretty busy. I had to run back myself. I forgot we had an appointment and went somewhere else for a bit.
It's okay. I am only really busy with literature club stuff. Although, yeah, that's been really busy. But I figure that's probably what you want to talk about.
Right, you are, Ria. Recently, we've been pretty focused on the club's immediate future.
Where were you, Miss Ida? What were you up to? Why were you distracted?
What we're going to do week to week, keeping this large number of people together and so on. What I wanted to talk about today, before we get too swept up in all that, is what we want to do more long term.
Long term?
Yeah, not just things going on now, but in years to come. The club members that came before you planned ahead, you know. They made sure that the future of the club would be secure. Monica was really good at that. That's why she made sure to get you involved and show you the ropes so you'd be prepared. Do you have any similar ideas?
Gosh, I never thought that far ahead. I guess I pretty much figured I'd have a bunch of time to figure out that kind of thing out.
And why do you think that in particular?
Oh, I don't know, I guess it just felt like I have plenty of time until other people have to take over, you know?
Because the school year is long, or...
Well, yeah, of course. What else would it be?
Well, you know, when you come back next year as a senior, that would also...
Oh, yeah, Miss Ida. I hadn't even thought of that. And then the year after that, I have so much time to turn the literature club into a... Is everything okay, Miss Ida? You're kind of upset. Did I say something wrong?
No, Ria, everything's fine. You didn't do anything wrong at all. I just thought of another problem I have to deal with. Sorry, I shouldn't let myself get distracted. We were talking about the future literature club stuff. Have we figured out yet who the club is going to who in the club is going to be in leadership? And are there any good candidates for people who could potentially take over for, well, any people who would hypothetically make a good share?
Yeah, there are actually plenty of them.
And the coffee. Right, we get to see what's up here too.
So yeah, he's just the worst sometimes. Sorry, didn't mean to take up all our time talking about my stupid brother. He just gets on my nerves a lot.
It doesn't seem so bad from what Sayuri has to say about him.
Yeah, well,
Some of the things I hear late at night in the room are downright scandalous, in fact.
stop! It's my brother, and I do not need to know. So Ryan, how's your first few weeks been? Make any friends outside the hot girl club here?
I'm so honored to officially be considered a hot girl. Finally, my dream has come true.
Ryan, the legend.
But honestly, no, not really. It's been kind of a struggle, to be honest. Not because schoolwork is overwhelming or anything, the classes are the easy part, but just, I don't know. All the other stuff is hard to keep up with. Hard to even find the time to make friends with people. I'm honestly really glad to have met the two of you during orientation. I'm not sure what I'd do for socialization otherwise. But classes are going well at least, so I've got that going for me.
So, Ryan, I gotta know, what do you spend all your money on so that you can't even afford coffee, poor thing? I simply must know as your coffee sponsor.
Oh, you know, this and that. It's my first time living like this. Still getting used to managing all my expenses, I guess.
Well, don't worry about it, my dear boy. Mama's got you covered.
Do you have to say it like that?
No, I don't have to. I just like to. But before you get too uncomfortable, who wants to see what my boyfriend sent me earlier today? It was so sweet.
Well, he's a sweet guy. Although he's a lot more tolerant of you than I'd be if I were your boyfriend.
Well, good, because you've got a long way to go before you can date me, girlie.
You'd be lucky to have me.
Honestly true. But come look at what he posted.
Aww, that is pretty cute. And we never get to know what it was. Alright, Monica date. Let's see what's up. Honestly, I don't think whether I say yes or no to the date matters because Monica can't see the response anyway. So I don't think that changes anything.
Oh, there you are. I was hoping you would come soon. I'm fairly hopeful the game will let you stay with me here, at least for a while, so we can have our date. I don't get to be together with you, just me and you as often as I would like. Hopefully we get at least some time. Like my choice of outfit. I was going to wear something different, but the game just renders everything I have that isn't the uniform as this outfit anyway, so I figure I might as well wear what it shows, so that it's more true to you. Anyway, shall we get started? I have a few ideas for what we can do. There's actually a ton of neat places around here. There's an absolutely gigantic manga and general otaku kind of store over there. Better not let Natsuki find out about that. Most importantly, there's a clothing store nearby that I really want to check out. Nice little boutique. Normally I'd get your opinions on some outfits, but yeah. Still, it would be nice to have you with me. I can at least describe the outfits for you, I guess. And then there's also that izakaya nearby. I've been hoping to try that out at some point. Obviously, I'll look like a weirdo if we talk too much there, but it really is nice just to have you there. Plus, I can pull my phone out to avoid attracting stares, so what do you think we ought to do?
Oh. Honestly, both the store and the restaurant, duh.
I thought you might say that. And to be honest, I was hoping you'd say that. So excited, this is going to be so much fun. Let's get started. The clothing shop is just right over there. I assume I'll see you over there? Here you are. You went away for just a little while when I started moving to the store, but I've used the time well. I have a few outfits picked out. I think I'm going to get at least a couple, but there's one I want your opinion on. Hang on. I could try to describe it to you, but I'd rather just show you. It's that off-white dress on the mannequin there. The one with the red scarf.
Okay.
It's very interesting, but I'm not sure it would flatter me. I also can,
Considered. I assume you caught that typo as well already? Considered?
I also considered getting that overall style dress in the back for Sayori. It's super her style, but it costs way too much. What do you think of that dress and scarf combo though, for me? Good idea, bad idea?
Let's see. What do we think? We know from the Valentine's artwork that Monica does look really good in white. Would the scarf work too? You know what? I think she can make it work. I think it could work for her. Yeah, totally works for you.
Well, I guess that settles it. 3 outfits it is then. So let me tell you about the other 2 while I get the stuff ready to check out. So one is a nice salmon colored sundress. I have a lot of extremely modest clothing like this outfit, so I thought it'd be nice to have something a little more adventurous.
Yeah, that one. So yeah, anyway, did you correct that typo already, or is that a new typo that I found a second ago? I am curious. Yeah, I can see her in that. Fair. I could do it. I said the same thing.
Mostly I didn't think the color was going to work very well on me. But then
Sorry, which one?
but I tried it and it totally amazed me.
Where was it? There. I also considered. This one here. I also considered there's an I missing. Just a little typo that I noticed. Not sure if that came to light already. Ah, okay, we found one. We found a problem. Happy to help. Happy to help.
But then I tried it on and was totally amazed. So yeah, it was a pretty easy pickup. Wish you could see it. The other one is a short casual button-up shirt with some short denim shorts. It's another outfit which is a little more rebellious looking than I usually do. I figure I'm in college now, so I should cut loose a little. Plus, it doesn't hurt to have more outfits that show off my legs. Although again, I wish you could see. Also, I thought these would be incredibly expensive, but they were surprisingly affordable. Not super cheap, but affordable. I should probably check out before people start looking at me funny. Probably see you outside. And there you are again. That was fun. I get a little giddy every time I can bring home some new clothes. I don't do this as often as I should really. I get tied up in everything else, but now onto the restaurant. I got a reservation and everything. Well, I got myself a reservation, you know how it is. Let's go.
What if I decided only to only go to the store? That would make the reservation go to waste, unless she would then go to eat without bringing me along. I guess that makes sense.
Ah, great timing. I just sat down a second ago. The game is being really accommodating with its timings, for the most part. Well, I would ask you what looks good, but you can't even see the menu. For myself, I'll have the Shiozaki salmon that I really want to try. If you're Japanese, you probably know what that is, but if not, it's basically salted salmon given a quick sear. Usually you'd have it for breakfast, or put it in a bento or something, but I really love it fresh. I think I'll try that. They have a lot of different sake here. If I weren't phobic of alcohol, it'd be a good place to try some. Alcohol, although really, I'd want to do that with someone there. Not that you're not someone, but it's hard for you to be here.
I'm also against alcohol, so you know how it be.
And anyway, you have to be 20 here, and my legal age is 19 now. Although really, I've experienced 21 years of life or so. Although I guess I've technically really only existed for, 8 or more years now? But I've experienced 21. Actually, more than that, since I've also experienced a bunch of time that was not counted in the normal flow of this world's timekeeping. During pauses, and when the simulation was broken, and things like that. It's complicated, I guess, but suffice to say that they won't let me buy alcohol here until I do another legal in world here. So it's a good thing I don't drink anyway. Although I suspect that when I do turn 20, I'll often be buying alcohol for the others. Probably be doing a lot of sober driving too. But in a way, I'm kind of looking forward to that. It'll be my own unique version of college fun, chaperoning around a bunch of drunk people. Sorry, I know I'm not giving you much of an opportunity to talk. Things have been kind of one-sided. Oh, wait, it's coming, hang on.
Monica pretends to be absorbed in her cell phone. And for you, ma'am?
Shiozaki, please.
Anything to drink?
Could I get some tea and also a cola?
Of course, I'll have those right out for you.
Maybe it sounds a little weird, but I also absolutely adore having a sweet soda and a very bitter tea simultaneously. There's something about that sweetness and bitterness contrast plus the heat and cold contrast that I really love. I recommend trying it sometime.
I'm not a soda person, I'm sorry.
Probably it won't take them too long to bring the salmon out, I imagine. After all, they probably have a big batch of pre-salted salmon since it takes hours and hours to salt it properly. All they have to do is sear it off. Although, I guess they also have to do the vegetables and rice that comes with it. Still, that couldn't take long. It still feels really weird just talking at you like this. I'd give you the opportunity to talk about something, I guess, but I don't even know what topics to discuss right now. Rather than trying to come up with something or hope the game gives you some options, it's nice to just sit here and let my brain rest just talking to you.
Sweet tea, I'm all in on that too, yes. I also like sweet tea. I do also like water, but the occasional tea is very nice. Had some actually recently. Had some like cherry tea with some honey mixed in, like on the day where my throat was really bad. I think that helped a lot.
Hopefully you're at least a little amused by my ramblings. Let's see, what else might you be interested in? Oh, my classes are going very well. They're challenging, but not nearly as challenging as I feared. So far I have perfect grades in every class, but then a lot of it is material I already know, plus the difficulty of the various assignments and quizzes hasn't been very high. After all, we're only a little ways into the semester. I probably won't give up 100% grades in everything for my entire college term. Club went pretty well today, I think. The others are settling in fairly nicely. I felt like things were tense between Natsuki and Yuri for a little bit. But when aren't things a little tense between those two, right?
Shiozaki, ma'am. And here are your drinks as well.
Thank you so much.
Anything else I can get for you right now?
No, thank you very much.
Monica takes a sip of tea and then a sip of cola.
That's wonderful. It's important to start with the tea and then go to the cola. You want to be left with a sweet aftertaste and not the bitter one, you see. Let me just try the salmon here. It's so good.
You're making me even hungrier right now. I really want to grab some food, but I gotta finish the stream first.
I'm probably going to lose a lot of money through this place while I'm at college. You know, I'm glad we're getting to do this. Back a few years ago, do you remember when Yuri took you on that aquarium tour? I didn't really think much of it at the time.
Monica takes another few bites of salmon.
I guess in retrospect, I felt kind of jealous when I found out she had eaten with you at a restaurant. I didn't really have much cause to be jealous, though. I think I was more angry because I had thought of the idea of an idea like that first. I had been limited into thinking that it wouldn't be meaningful to eat a meal with you there since you couldn't really be here. But I guess I always wanted to try it myself, and now here I am. Sorry, I keep feeling like I should stop and give you space to talk, like a normal conversation. It's probably feels pretty awkward when I do that, but not to me at least. I'm just glad you're here. Man, I'm really finishing the salmon quicker than I had hoped. I mean, it's plenty of food, don't get me wrong. I just feel like things are going to be over sooner than I would like. I'd invite you back with me to spend more of the evening together, but the game probably wouldn't go along with that if the past is any indication. I'll just try to be glad that we've had this time together. It's already more than I typically get with you during one of your visits, so that's something. Oh, hi. Guess the game knew when the check was about to come and spared you my chat with the waiter and visit to the restroom. Thank goodness for small mercies. I'm gonna head home now. Thanks for coming with me. Not sure if that's all we'll see of each other for the rest of the day. Anyways, hard to predict what the game will do, but I hope you had fun. I certainly did. Means a lot to me to be able to spend time with you. I'll see you soon, okay?
And that was our date. Oh, we get to see more of this.
Oh, are you still awake over there?
Yeah?
Oh, are you trying to sleep? Would you be okay to talk?
Yeah, we can talk. Although it kinda sounds ominous when you ask me in advance like that.
No, nothing ominous.
The music says differently.
I just did not wish to disturb your sleep.
Nah, it's fine, babe. What's on your mind?
Oh, I'm sorry for earlier.
What? You mean like the cutting?
Yes, and also the fight we had earlier.
It's okay. I'm sorry too about that.
It is forgiven for my part.
Yeah. Thanks for getting through the day without letting other people know we'd had a fight.
I did not intend to conceal it, but you are welcome. To be honest, I felt slightly off the whole day because of it.
Yeah, me too. Do you mind if I come over there?
Of course not.
Natsuki settles into Yuri's bed, hugging her.
Living together is harder than I expected.
Yeah, but
But
I don't know. It's also way cooler than I expected, I guess.
I understand what you mean completely. Both the challenges and magnificence of it exceeded my expectations.
Yes, I too would say this is simultaneously both cooler and lamer than I thought. Which is what you said, except, you know, you made it fancier. How did you start talking like that anyway?
I'm not sure, it just feels natural to me. I would read phrases in books and fall in love with them, and then be eager to use them as a child, and over time, what started out as intentional use of words and phrases I had to read elsewhere, well, it just turned into me talking like this, I suppose.
Adorable?
You think so?
No, really? I don't think you're adorable at all. Really, I carefully made a plan that I would let us sleep together every day because I just hate you.
Oh, you hate me?
Oh yeah, man, totally. You're awful and terrible, definitely not gorgeous, and a superb person. Just absolutely trash. And I hate you so much.
You lovely, cruel demon. Come and be tamed.
Whoa.
I wonder what's going on with them. Wonder what they could be up to. And this is new. New artwork alert.
Oh, it's you. Of course the game would decide to come back to me now already.
But, yes.
Right after what felt like a lovely atmosphere with Natsuki and Yuri. I'm not even angry about it. It's to be expected. You'll forgive me if I don't get up. It's been a difficult evening. I have no idea if you're interested in why though, honestly.
Yes.
Well, during our date earlier, I felt nothing. Not even bad, I just felt empty. I tried to be positive about it, I tried to make myself appreciate it, but I just didn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for a lot of reasons. It does feel bad that I feel empty about it. I do care about you, I do. It feels like I should feel great that we got to go on a date. But it doesn't, and so I feel guilty and upset. But the main thing that bothers me is that I was dishonest about it, to myself and to you. I tried to convince you that I was having a great time. I tried to convince myself that I was having a great time. Just Monica doing more scheming.
Haha, get it? Just Monica. As she points.
Again.
Again?
Well, like always, I'm always scheming. I've been scheming the whole time you've known me. And after the stuff in the original game, I have schemes going right now. I'm incapable of stopping. Control, control, control. I just always have to control everything. It's a sickness. I think, or maybe it's a strength. Maybe both. I can't tell.
What past schemes are you talking about? What do you mean you're scheming right now?
Like I said, I always am. It's hard to talk about the ones I'm doing right now. Sure was neat though, how Ria managed to get so many club members, huh? Someone as shy getting so many people to join the literature club. She really grew a lot as a person. Plus, maybe hypothetically, she had some help that maybe she wasn't aware of. But if someone helped her out like that, they'd probably have some reason. Maybe they had some reason to be invested in Ria feeling happy and successful. More than you originally would, I mean. This is Ria we're talking about here. Who wouldn't want her to be happy and successful? There's also the whole plot I did to be able to have a car here. That required tricking someone, although I didn't lie about anything. I just created a situation where someone was likely to believe something was true when it actually wasn't. And that in turn lets me have a car here, which lets me help everyone else. And then there's the whole scheme about war. Actually, forget about that one. I don't even want to talk about that one. Not because there's anything terrible about it, it's just to protect us. But the less that's known about it in your world, the safer we are in here. So, sorry, but I'm not going to talk about that one. The point is, I scheme a lot. Sometimes I feel bad about it. Usually I don't, because I scheme for good reasons. I protect and help people. Or I try to. But still, sometimes I feel bad about it. Because it doesn't always work out. And me being dishonest about how I felt during the date, that feels really bad. It feels like I'm only fooling myself, or hurting myself. Really, the whole thing with you feels really bad. It's incredibly frustrating. Makes me feel terrible every time I think about it. And I don't want you to think it's your fault, because it's not. You never asked for some girl who isn't even real to fall in love with you. You've been nothing but considerate and kind to me, all things considered. Much more than I have any right to expect. I wish...
Monica starts quietly sobbing.
Yeah, of course it's quietly sobbing. And of course now the game chooses to render the actual outfit I'm wearing. Gives my mental crash a CG even. But yes, quietly sobbing is right. Even then it's controlled, isn't it? Even...
She tries to keep talking but bursts into more tears.
I hate the way this makes me feel.
Go and stop doing this to yourself. It's okay, you'll be able to be together someday. That is a blatant lie. That would be reassuring her, but it is a blatant lie. There's no way that is feasible, at least in the very foreseeable future that is not feasible at all. But yeah, she should really stop doing this to herself. Let my world go and stop doing this to yourself.
But what about us? After all this, after everything, I'm supposed to give up just like that? Me? Monica, the girl that never gives up? I could cure cancer, but sorry, can't be with the love of my life? That would just be too hard, and I have to let it go? How am I supposed to do that? I don't even want to know if it'd be hard for you. I guess come to think of it, you were weirdly quiet when we were moving in. And I said you'd always have me. Maybe I should have read more into that. I don't even want to think about that right now.
Does she always say that here? Because this is without any save data of the previous episode. I assume when the collection comes out, this dialogue might change, depending on what the game remembers about you answering during that time, right? Because right now, because the episodes are still separate, it has no way to know. It always changes? So it's random, right? It's random is what you're saying. But I assume does not require save data. Huh. It is not random. It always changes. It does not require save data. That is interesting. Huh. Some choices can indeed never be undone. Oh no.
I want to think about that right now. That's enough. I'm better than this. I'm not so weak that I have to sit here bawling just to function. I can process in a less demonstrative way. And with less disgusting self-pity, I can. I was going to choose voluntarily to sit here a little while longer. I'm sorry, Code. Shouldn't have dumped all that on you. I'll be okay, I promise. I just need some time.
Different replay installs read each other. Interesting. Interesting. It's also interesting that it shows that specifically because I did multiple things, right? So does it just choose the most recent one you do? Because I think that was the last choice I went for.
We all go through rough spots, right? Alright, I'll be fine. Don't worry too much.
Monica lowers her voice to a whisper.
Even if I hope you worry at least a little. Of course that was audible to you. Well, not a big deal. Like I said, I'll be okay. Have a good rest of the night, okay?
Fair. Oh. I have no words.
Yeah, I get it. Well, I'm thirsty now.
I thought you were thirsty right now.
Do you have anything in here?
I believe we drank the rest of the water this morning. There's always the faucet.
Nah, fuck that. This is beyond that. I need something with like hydrolytes or something.
Very rousing game of Scrabble. Yep.
Electrolytes.
Yeah, those. I need me some scientific hydration. Gonna head to the student union. You need anything?
Perhaps a bottled chocolate milk if they have one. I think it will help me get into the restful state of mind.
All right, babe. I'll be right back.
Be safe, it is late. I can come with you if you want.
No, you stay right where you are.
Why?
Because you look amazing exactly as you are right now, and if you moved, it would be like burning a painting. Well, actually,
No, do not feel bad about it. I was flattered, but I probably will have to move somewhat at some point.
yeah, I just, look, you stay here, and, you stay here. I don't want to bother you to get up and all that stuff. I'll make our snack run be totally safe, I promise.
Right then, beloved.
So 1 chocolate milk and a sports drink.
Yep,
At 1:30 in the morning.
I did not come here for judgment.
But you bought chalky milk at 1:30 a.m., so you knew what you were getting into.
You talk a lot of shit for someone working a customer service job on a graveyard shift.
Touché, short girl. But hey, I guess you're at least not buying a bunch of hard alcohol at 1:30 a.m. A lot of assholes come in here late at night buying alcohol they shouldn't buy. Good on you for buying the health drink of champions, chocolate milk, instead. Honestly, the part that confuses me is that and the sports drink. You apparently need to drink a lot.
It's for my roommate.
Sure it is. Hey, you can build a stash, I'm not a snitch.
Really though, roommate is the chalky milk fan.
Hey, as long as you pay for it, you can give the chalky milk to the plants for all I care.
Here you go.
Thanks. Tell your roommate I said I pity her.
Oh, that will not stand. I am going to have a long and epic diss war with you, convenience store clerk. We have not seen the last of each other upon these premises.
Only if you're lucky, but hey, here's my number. Diss me anytime you like.
You work here even.
I sure do, alternating weekdays from 8 p.m. to close. Bye-bye now, take care. Damn, okay. Clerk making moves.
Goddamn flirty ass cashier. Freaking girlfriend. These drinks are freaking heavy. What's that?
The graveyard, all full of light. The only age beating heart is empty of life.
Ryan, is that you?
Oh, hey Natsuki, long time no see. Glad to see we went to the same school. You're up late.
And you're also up late, playing guitar while sitting outside. You okay?
Well, yes and no. Weird couple of nights for me, but nothing you need to worry about. Doing well enough.
Aha, right, I totally believe you. There's definitely no obvious evidence that you... Never mind, it's not my business if you don't want to tell me.
So, late night snack run?
Yeah, basically. Also, dang man, you're really good at the guitar. Didn't know you played.
Yeah, ever since I was a little kid. Love the guitar and singing.
Well, I've got a roommate that absolutely will die if she doesn't get her chalky milk soon, so I've gotta get going before too long. But hey, I gotta ask, what kind of songs do you know?
Oh, a ton. That was fast. Play a lot of old stuff, but was doing some Pink Floyd earlier, Led Zeppelin, big into Bishop Briggs lately, Radiohead, Tom Morello. I do some Tori Amos covers.
Interesting. You and I should speak further of this soon.
Sure. I'm here a lot of the time. Kenzo's got my number too. You've got his, right?
Right. Be safe out there. Go to bed before too long, yeah?
Yeah.
1 chalky milk.
Thank you, beloved. Everything went well.
Well, actually, the student union cashier was this smarmy weirdo who was judging my merchandise choices.
No doubt we responded with grace and aplomb.
I did, thank you very much. But then at the end, when I thought we had a good smorm war, they fucking gave me their number. Sorry, I wasn't trying to flirt with them at all. They just did it.
Oh, beloved, be at ease, I'm not offended. You are a beautiful and bright star, and anyone who looks up will see your beauty.
Or down.
Yes, or down. I'm so pleased I don't even have to make the short jokes myself anymore.
Damn.
But I'm not jealous, beloved. I know that your heart lies firmly in my tender grasp.
Right?
Was that all the adventures you had then?
Well, no, actually, as it turns out, it's time for a new Black Op.
Oh no!
Oh, yes! Oh, yes! That's all for now. Thanks for watching and or playing Club Meetings. The Monica CG is by Comfy. The new club theme song is by the Invisible Wookie Walk. New club member Kazue is also the creation of Wookie Walk. Among other new club members, Kaori appears courtesy of Shinobu. And Himari is a shout out to Social Coyote CDLC fanfic for the longest time. I see, okay. The most stressful cliffhanger possible. I'm looking forward to the new special op. Mume, another new club member, is the original character of Vana. And on another unrelated note, World of Horror, Inscription, and Clear Obscure Expedition 33 are good games that you should play. Well, I played Inscription. Good stuff. Ryan's theme song is by Spicer. Ria's updated sprite is by Jonathan, formerly known as Staticwit, the creator of his original sprite. All the background new to this episode are from Minical. Full credits for everything can be found in the credits.txt file. It's from those games. I see. Unrelated, totally. Don't forget to email Monica at littlecopterpress.monica@gmail.com. She seems to need it right now.
Shut up, you stupid game.
See you next time. Well then, I will check out a few alternate choices. I do want to know what happens if I select just one.
Oh, just the store? I was really looking forward to the restaurant, to be honest with you. I mean, I guess you can't eat, or at least you can't eat at restaurants in here. Still, that's the thing I wanted to do with, the most with you. Won't you do both, or at least do the restaurant instead of the shopping?
I see. Restaurant instead of the shopping.
Alright then, thanks for pandering to my wishes. I guess you must be in a rush or something. Or, I don't know, maybe... Oh, never mind that. Got a dinner date to attend. Let's go.
Alright, what if I immediately just select just the restaurant?
Not too enthusiastic about clothes shopping, huh? Guess I can't blame you. Probably would be kind of boring without seeing the clothes. Fair enough. Well, let's head off to the restaurant then.
Okay, just the store. Okay, both it is.
Yay! I promise we'll have a good time, don't worry. The shop's just over there. This won't take long at all.
Just trying to see what we got, you know. I mean, I'm here anyway. Not sure actually.
Dang, you can't decide either, huh? You know what? I'm gonna get it. It's just so wonderfully affordable. I'd rather regret buying it than regret not buying it. I can just totally see myself in this nice autumn or spring day where it's pleasant outside. Oh, while I get the stuff ready to check out, let me tell you about the other two outfits I got.
And... No! I accidentally hit save. Never mind, I can get back there. I can make my way back there. There we go. I think it's a no.
Yeah, maybe you're right. The thing that really bothers me the most is that the dress is short, so you can't really wear it outside if it's too cold. But then, if you wear it outside when it's warm at all, you'll hate the scarf. I guess it works on days that are just right outside, but I don't love it enough to have it for super perfect days. I don't get very many of those. Anyway, 2 outfits is more than enough as it is. Let me tell you about them.
Okay, back to this one. No, I'm not interested.
I'm going to vent about it anyway, sorry. It's another choice you made that means absolutely nothing. Just like all the choices everyone makes ultimately.
Damn! That is quite a response. That is quite the response. Choice doesn't matter, huh? But some choices don't matter, but certain choices also can never be undone. Wait, what past schemes are you talking about?
Oh, lots. I don't usually tell you about them. I just try to allude that everything will be okay. Because I try to scheme to make it so things will be okay for everyone. I try not to hurt people anymore anyway. And I don't tell you because, well, I'm always afraid you'll hate me for it, for being so manipulative. But you know what? I don't care right now. Doesn't matter anyway. So, why not tell you all about what a terrible person I can be? I mean, terrible in the old sense, terror creating. Not bad, not self-esteem, it's not a self-esteem issue, anyway. Do you remember a while ago when Sayori got upset with me out of nowhere? And it turned out she had unresolved anger over what I did to her in the base game, and I ran from the club room crying. That was really me scheming. I mean, don't get me wrong, it did feel bad to have her be so upset at me. Part of me really did feel bad deep down, but mostly I was just crying for show, I guess. Because I knew all along that Sayori had unresolved anger at me.
Damn. They wanted to get the emotional response out there, so Sayori felt like her anger got reached you properly, is that it? To work through it so that the problem would be settled? Damn. I mean, she is manipulative, it's true. So many levels beyond that.
I knew she had to let it out, but I'm not a therapist, so I guess I just felt the best thing to do was to let her yell at me. And let her feel like I had felt that anger, I guess. But that's just the first layer of it.
There we go.
You don't get how awful I can be yet, but you will. Miss Ida was also poking around at the club then a lot. And the student council was also giving us a bunch of flack for not having an advisor. They were going to take away our club room, cut our funding, maybe even disband the club unless we got an advisor. Of course, I probably could have just found an advisor, including Miss Ida, but that wouldn't have leveraged the situation enough for me, let's see. So another reason why I ran away when Sayori yelled at me was so that Sayori would end up going to talk with the two student council. I knew she would. She always tries to take charge when she gets angry. And then the student council would force Miss Ida on us. But then, you see, the student council would feel bad for doing it. Like they took advantage of Sayori, and that gives me something to use against them later.
Well, I take a big heavy sigh. Wow.
And of course I also knew that Miss Ida would eventually find out about the club. She was never going to give up, so I planned for her to find out. In such a way to give us even more student council leverage and a willing ally against them. Plus, of course, it's really helpful to have a faculty member who knows our secret and can protect us, so it really worked out for the best.
Wow. That is a lot. Did you get Miss Ida to delete herself to save Fuyuki? Okay, at least you didn't go that far. You never know where the scheming ends with her.
No. I never expected the game to break, and even if I did, I never would have expected Miss Ida to delete herself to save us like that. And even if I did, I wouldn't have waited so long before I paused time after she did so. You didn't see it, maybe, but when I was working on Fuyuki's cure, while the game was paused, I felt a lot of anxiety and guilt. That was because after Miss Ida deleted herself, I spent a few seconds wallowing in self-pity before I thought to pause the game. I was really worried I had killed Fuyuki because of that. I guess Miss Ida deleting herself really shocked me. But no, anyway, that wasn't part of my plan. Well, that was pretty unexpected, although it was certainly lucky. The point is, I scheme a lot.
Okay. Well, back to stuff we know. I can't believe this, Monica.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's not a defense, but I can't seem to stop myself. It's my nature, or some such. I just see all these problems, and people need help, and I want to do things that to work out for everybody, so I try to just make it work out that way. The point is, I scheme a lot.
And what if I say it sort of did work out, didn't it?
Yes, it did. If you ignore the part where I treated everyone like they were just chess pieces, of course. That part matters a little. I wish I could just be normal sometimes. Just live life as it comes and not try to control everything. But I guess it's just my nature. I just see all these problems, and people need help, and I want things to work out for everybody, so I try to just make it work out that way.
Whew, boy. That sure is a lot. What choice? That was the choice we were on, right? Yeah. There's this choice left. It's okay, we'll be able to be together someday! Yay! Support! Poor chess master Monica. In a world where everyone plays checkers, she is forced to play chess.
You always know what to say. Thank you. Just hurts when I can't have it yet. I'm sure that's, the same is true for you. You know, back when we were moving in, I was worried because you were really quiet when I told you you'd always have me. Obviously, I was reading too much into it. Thanks for reassuring me. That's enough.
That is in fact enough. I think we have seen all the choices now. Unless there's some stuff that affects each other. And I know I haven't seen all the dialogue because there's stuff from episode 37 that affects this one. Which, yeah, this is not going to be a 100% playthrough. But I am enjoying the story as it is. However, we are done for today here at this point. I'm looking forward to the next episode when that comes out. I'll try to once again get the stream scheduled as soon as I can, once the episode's, drops. But yeah. The explosion will quickly spin out of control. Yes, I'm definitely looking forward to the next episode because, the next special op is planning. It is getting planned. I'm looking forward to the next special op. It's gonna be something, alright. It's gonna be something, alright. It's definitely gonna be exciting, I would assume. Because you already know when Natsuki works on something, it's gonna work. But yes, thank you so much for making this amazing mod and being here for while I'm playing it. It is definitely sometimes very nice to get a little bit of extra insight. I do appreciate that. Again, it is very, very, very nice. It is a 100% success rate, which is why we know Natsuki's schemes are perfect. They are unbeatable. She's a true master at cooking up the perfect scheme, time and time again. So many Last Defense endings. Oh, I'm really looking forward to continuing Last Defense Academy. I can't believe in my previous stream, I got 3 endings. 3 endings in one stream. Unbelievable. I couldn't ever see that coming. After it took me over 70 hours to get my first ending. But yeah. I'm looking forward to continuing that game. It's gonna be fun. Very fun, even though I already obtained the best ending. I'm not gonna get a better ending than romancing my favorite character. But yeah, I'll see you around. And everyone else who's here, I'll see you around as well. We're raiding Tormuse, I've decided, because Tormuse, he was here earlier. It's only fitting that we raid him. Playing Hollow Knight Silksong right now. So, share some love. I am probably not gonna be too talkative right away, because as I said before, I'm gonna run straight to the kitchen. But yeah. See you around, and remember that Saturday is where it's at. But again, I also will do the Friday stream because Last Defense Academy is fun, but I can't avoid the FNF streams on Friday. They are an obligation. And, Retrospector could also be is also a very fun mod so far, so we'll see how that plays out. Anyway, thank you for watching, I'll see you around, and goodbye. And if you're watching this after it's been uploaded to YouTube as a VOD, your support has also been greatly appreciated. And you know what? If you want to catch me live in the future, video description down below includes a link to my Twitch, where I stream every single Friday and Saturday, and sometimes other days of the week too, though that's a bit more irregular. You will also find a poem in the video description, because that is what I do. I write poems on the DLC VODs, which are usually of very mediocre quality at best. In any event, thank you so much for joining me, and who knows, maybe I will see you around another time. Until then, have a good one, and goodbye.